Waterloo, Iowa, the Waterloo East High Trojans hosting your Marshalltown Bobcats right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV. David Braga alongside Dylan Doze is with me. We finally get to call a game together.
I know, I'm pretty excited for it. You know, you got to get me out early. Usually I come in Hollywood an hour late through the first one to get to do the second, but today, David, I've been hearing you on broadcast, and, you know, I've got to take some of the credit here coming alongside. I want to sound, you know, nothing makes a color guy sound better than a good play-by-play guy. I've been impressed with what you're doing, so I had to hop on.
Well, we'll try to work together here. First time with Dylan and I as we look at the Marshalltown Bobcats getting ready to take on the Waterloo East Trojans. Dylan, there is not a cloud in the sky. It's a little warm, but a beautiful day for baseball.
There is not a cloud in the sky. As long as we have some sunscreen, there should not be any melanoma in our future, but it is right on the back of our necks.
Right on the back of our necks and right into our monitor. So having a little trouble reading through these starting lineups here. You get a look at Waterloo East there. We've got Maddox Harn there on the mound for the
number 8, Maddox Harn, is behind the dish tonight. Number 3, Keegan McCraney at first base. Number 1 on the bump is Caleb Peters. He's got some pop in his bat with 2 home runs this year. Jonah Helmrich at third base, also 2 runs on the year. Number 4 in center field, Cade Kruzmark, is in the 5-hole. Phoenix Shipman, number 9, will play shortstop. And Keegan Atchison, left fielder, number 2. Jack Carey, the freshman, will be at second base at 15, and then Chance Shaw will be in right field, number 10, Chance Shaw.
Caleb Peters there on the mound. 1-1 so far this year, but a solid ERA. He's looked good so far this year as we take a look now at the Marshalltown starting lineup. Xander Stupp on the mound as Sam Griesel will bat leadoff from shortstop, followed by J.J. Schoenfelder. Then Stupp will bat third there from the mound, and then we'll clean it up with Garrett Tatey there at the 4 spot.
Madden Martin, the 8th grader, will be at third base in the 5-hole. Lars Schoenfelder, fellow 8th grader, in center field. Aiden Holmgren pitched really well the other night against Ames. He will be playing first base. Luke Stalzer at second base, and for the first time on the varsity squad, Jalen Logston, the 8th grader, will be playing right field. Number 27, left-hander out there in right field.
Jalen Logsden joins a very deep and young Marshalltown roster as we get ready for our national anthem here in Waterloo. Mentioned there just before our national anthem, Dylan, a very youthful roster here for the Bobcats today. A third 8th grader joining the starting lineup.
Yeah, quite a bit of youth, but today I think a lot of it will be on the seniors on the squad, with senior Xander Stupp pitching, but leadoff hitter Sam Griesel on the year batting .317 from that leadoff. But what he does, he will get hits, but he also isn't afraid to wear one. He's been hit by the pitch 11 different times. I think it's really important against, and you already talked about it, Caleb Peters on the other side, 1.25 ERA. Teams are batting 120 against him, so really any way you can get on base against Peters will be really important, and that all starts with 1-7 and number 1 in the lineup. Sam Griesel.
Griesel on the bases so far this year, 14 steals on 18 attempts. So if he can get on, definitely a threat to run. Not all the time, but he takes his aggressive leads when he needs to.
And the Bobcats have been they will run a lot because they've struggled with much more than that one-by-one base. That's a way where you can make up for some of the deficiencies of not having gap-to-gap power throughout that lineup. You get them running, and especially at that college level, there are very few catchers that are automatic throwing from behind the dish. So you take your chances.
Anytime you can be a little aggressive on the bases and make it a little easier for your batters, you'll take that opportunity.
And it's also just that other thing. You put pressure on the pitcher. You get them looking two different ways. I don't know if you noticed East jerseys. They're rocking the Lou jerseys, which I really love. It's the way I love to refer to Waterloo. So it's
Caleb Peters on the mound for the Lou today as Sam Griesel steps into the batter's box to lead us off here between the Waterloo East Trojans and the Marshalltown Bobcats. First pitch away from Peters.
He's got a nice little life on that pitch there, but a ball.
Misses low and away there on the first pitch. Griesel swinging away at the second one. Underneath it. In for a strike.
Yeah, got him up on the letters with the fastball there.
That one misses just low and away. Griesel, an early eye for that low pitch and aggressive when Peters attacks the zone. Swinging right up the middle. A hot shot. That'll make its way through the infield. And like you say, Dylan, being aggressive at the plate. And the Bobcats have an opening base runner, Sam Griesel. Single up the middle.
And that was interesting. It looks like Peter, when he's coming with the fastball, he gets a little bit more on top of it. When he's going with that curve or slider, he drops a little bit with his arm angle. Might be a way that Bobcats can see the pitches kind of tipped off there.
Check over to Griesel at first. He makes the head first slide back into the bag, and tag applied just late there by McCrary over at first base. First throw home misses low, and J.J. Schoenfelder steps up into bat here for the Bobcats. Schoenfelder will be over in left when the Bobcats take the field.
Yeah, recent player of the game. About a week ago, played really, really well, went 2 for 3.
Runner goes on the bunt attempt that just squeaks foul there on the first base side, and Griesel will return back to the first base. That's another way that this Marshalltown team likes to take advantage of an early base runner. Anytime you can put the ball in play, even if it's a sacrifice bunt, and get Griesel moving on the bases.
Yeah, that two-hole hitter, it's so important that they make productive outs to move that runner.
Runner goes again, throw over to second. Just a bit off, and Griesel swipes second there. And the Bobcats have an early runner in scoring position.
And you did see that right. It's very rare, the left-handed throwing catcher. As Harn is a lefty behind the dish.
That is not a mirrored image on your screen, as Peters picks up the first strikeout there of the afternoon. Schoenfelder goes down looking.
And David, I don't know if you noticed, he went again with that slider curveball there. He does drop the arm angle about 2 or 3 inches.
Yeah. Xander Stupp will step into the right-handed batter's box here for the Bobcats. Swings low, fails to make contact, and Peters ahead in the count 0-1.
Yeah, he's starting to get that off speed over. Wouldn't be surprised to see another fastball up around the letters.
Goes low again. Ball makes its way to the backstop and pops super high there off the padding, and Sam Griesel will advance to third, and the Bobcats looking to take advantage of that leadoff single as Griesel nearing home plate.
Yeah, this is what you got to do with the Cats. If you struggled offensively, you've just got to make every runner count.
Offering from Peters. That one fouled up down the first base side, right at our cameraman Keith Stewart down there on the first base side. I don't know what it is about Keith, but the foul balls just seem to find him. He sits the third base side for softball, and the Marshalltown girls seem to have a habit of hitting him with foul balls there too. So,
well, I don't want to feel left out. Maybe next time we see him in the parking lot at KFJB, we can try to swing and hit wiffle balls at him.
That one fouled back into the parking lot, and it does clear the cars as it one hops into the grass.
If you want to see 50 people simultaneously wondering what their deductible is, watch a foul ball go into the parking lot.
That one misses high at the shoulders, and count evens up at 2 apiece.
Nice eye by Xander. Seems like the strike zone is right on the letters up there.
Swing and a miss there from Stupp, and Peters, aggressive on the mound, has found his second strikeout of the opening inning, and that'll bring up the man behind the plate for the Bobcats, Garrett Tatey.
Yeah, 33rd strikeout on the year. Tatey's really grown as a hitter this year, throughout the year.
That one catches the plate there. An enthusiastic strike call from the umpires makes our job a little easier sitting behind here.
Yeah, don't delay it and say it loud.
That one misses high there, and Tatey ducks out of the way to make it look even higher. That one catches.
It didn't matter how low he got. That was a great pitch. Cats need to get a bat on the ball here.
Peters navigating that opening single by Griesel as Tatey fouls that one off hard down the first base side and out of play. And staying alive at the plate, that's one thing that you'd like to see more out of this Bobcat team. Just run up that pitch count.
Yeah, and right there, that was a hard fastball to catch up. He's thrown about 75% off speed.
The eyes glance to the parking lot again, and that red van's got a heat signature on it. That's the second one that's bounced right over it.
If that red van makes it out unscathed today, that's some clean living, because that's been right there both times. But Tatey doing a nice job catching up on the fastball and the off speed to foul them away.
Had to delay there on that most recent off-speed pitch to foul it back, and then Peters misses high here, and we've got a full count to Garrett Tatey. That one up the middle. The Bobcats will take the lead. Garrett Tatey finds a base hit right back up the middle past the pitcher Peters, and the Bobcats strike first in the top of the first. It's 1-0 Bobcats.
And that was another curveball, but instead of diving out of the zone as his previous ones had, it caught it right on the belt loop. Tatey rocks it right back up the middle. First run for the Cats, and like we've said, Peters 1-1 on the year, but that 1.25 ERA, he does not get hit much. Cats have 2 hits here in the first inning.
2 hits and a run scored for the Cats. As that one misses high into the backstop, and Tatey will jog on over to second base, and well, let's see if the 8th grader Madden Martin can put bat on a ball here as Tatey makes his way into scoring position.
Madden's got some pop in the bat. He just has not found a lot of contact here in his first year of varsity ball.
Peters, another nice pitch there. Gets Madden looking for strike 1 of this at-bat. That one fouled straight back over our heads and into a tree.
Hopefully Zacchaeus wasn't anywhere near there.
Yeah.
There's some Sunday school humor
there you
for
go.
you, David.
Looks like a couple Waterloo substitutes and ball boys making their way behind the backstop as Peters picks up the strikeout low. Madden over the top of it, but the Bobcats strike first in the first inning. A pair of singles, one from the leadoff man, Sam Griesel, and then Garrett Tatey brought him home from third. 2 base hits right up the middle, and I think that's one of the biggest things for the Bobcats. You don't need to swing for the fence. You just got to put the ball in play.
You got to put the ball in play because you look at it, Teddy does a great job bailing them out. What you can't have is you saw JJ trying to bunt to move the runner. He wasn't able to lay down the bunt, which led to a strikeout. Then Xander right behind leads to a strikeout. If it wasn't for the wild pitch, you know, it's the Cats need to work on some of the execution on that small ball. But all that to be said, Tady came through. And talking about last year, he hit under 100 at the varsity level. He really was a body that needed to play, even though he wasn't ready to play this year. Coming into tonight, he was hitting 286. That's his 11th RBI on the year. He started very low in that order, and he's moved now in the 4-hole here tonight, but he's played in the 2-hole. He's been all around, and a lot of it is he's just gotten much better at the plate.
And you think about that growth from last year to this year, Dylan. How about just the growth this year? I mean, even as early as this year, he was struggling at the plate, and now you see all that work has been paying off for him.
That's a great point. It really has been. He's that, you know, in football they talk a lot about younger players. Oh, what do they look like in September? And then you come back going into bowl prep season, they're like a different player.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, I think, what you see here. He's gotten more and more comfortable with it. This is where Stupp, who's 3-5 on the year.
Take a look at the Bobcat field view there quickly as Xander Stupp is on the mound. We've got the Schoenfelders out there in the outfield, and then around the infield there we've got Holmgren, Stalzer, Griesel, and Martin, as well as our guy Garrett Tady behind the plate, and the other 8th grader out there in right, Larsden.
Yeah, you got Jalen Logsden out there. Promise you he's only in right field. Man, even the bunts are going back.
Even the bunts are attracted to the back parking lot here today as leadoff man Madden Harn looks to drop one down, and it flies over the backstop here behind us. Xander Stupp on the mound for the Bobcats so far today. So far this year, excuse me. He's had a nice year here, you know, 3-5 with a 7.29 ERA. But I just think about that North Tama game that he had earlier this year. I mean, that was just a phenomenal outing from him as he picks up the second strike of this at-bat.
And you could just see his stuff. He is the ace of the staff. He's the best pitcher of the staff. His fastball, there might be a couple that can touch him, but he can move the ball in and out, throw off speeds.
And he picks up an opening strikeout here on Madden Harn. We saw a little bit of it all there. We saw some of the off-speed. We saw attacking high in the zone, low in the zone, and just attacking the full area of the strike zone here on Harn, and pays off for him.
Yeah, East has got pop in the middle of that lineup, so it's important you keep those bases clean with that 1 and 2 hitter coming in. Attack them. Don't dilly-dally. Don't get behind in the count. Oh.
There we see a rocket into left field, but making the play is J.J. Schoenfelder. A few feet in front of the wall there. Had me holding my breath there for a moment.
Well, I was exhaling. I was. I'm sorry to jump on your call. It was like, oh. But this is where the pop comes.
Yes. McCrary there flies out to left, and now we see Caleb Peters take the plate here. Peters, a .415 batting average so far this year. And he's not afraid to put one over the fence, a pair of home runs.
Yeah, he's got some pop in the bat. You saw the pop hitting the glove with the pitches. He can do it with the bat as well. And you can see that Xander went first pitch fastball up and then tried to just bury a curveball. He is just missing.
He is.
First and third pitch looked right around the zone.
3-0 here for Stupp, and taking all the way is Peters, and Xander makes him pay for it. A strike right where you normally don't want to throw it, but when you're taking on 3-0, you can maybe get away with that. As that one popped up again right to the Bobcat dugout and out of play. And
that was a good pitch right there, right off the hands.
Just like that, Xander has worked his way back to a full count after falling behind 3-0.
And Xander's done that a few times this year where he's found himself in that 2-0, 3-0 hole, been able to work his way back in where he couldn't as a sophomore and junior, but as a senior definitely has grown in that aspect.
Full count here. Stupp fires in and just misses wide there on Peters, and the Lou has a base runner.
And that is the nature of us sitting just to the left of home plate. It's hard for us to get that right on angle because it must have just been a couple 3 inches off the edge of the bat, because they look pretty good here, but no argument from Tatey, so it must have been right off the plate.
It's a good pitch and a better take there from Peters, as Stupp will fire over to Holmgren at first to keep Peters on the bag. Jonah Helmrichs, the cleanup man here for Waterloo East today, the Trojans.
And this is one of those is, you know, as you're holding them close, does it affect your pitch selection to go more off-speed or not?
Strike on the upper outside corner there from Stupp.
And it is letter of the law and letters on that top end of that strike zone. He has definitely been consistent. If you're up around the letters, he's gonna call it a strike.
Helmrich so far on the year a .268 batting average, but similar to Peters, a pair of home runs. So even with a maybe deceptively low batting average, someone that you want to be careful pitching to.
Yeah, and you look at the kid, he's 6 foot plus, he's put together, he's got some strength.
Batting cleanup for a reason.
That's right.
Coaches typically don't put someone there unless they trust them.
Well, and for moments like this, hey, you've got to move, you've got to add some pop. You're put there to drive in runs.
Stupp comes home again and just seems to be missing low here to Helmrichs, as count now 3-1 with Peters on first for the Trojans. Bobcats leading 1-0 here in the first. And that one in the dirt for ball 4, and the Trojans have a pair of base runners here as we work through that heart of the lineup here, the scary part.
Yeah, as Colton Hankey runs out there, I think what he is talking to him is about calming down, because it just looked like Xander had a 50-50 split of what he was worried about. He seemed very concerned with Peters over there and never really found his groove. And we've seen this a lot from the Cats.
Yeah.
Is you get 2 outs. There's only 2 outs. It's not like first and second, nobody out, and where you're trying to keep it is you've got 2 outs. You get the guy in front of you, you're going to be fine. Be aware, but don't be consumed is what I would say.
We've seen a lot of those 2-out struggles. We've also seen just a lot of sort of toying at the mound, just checking that runner at first, maybe one time too often. And, the guy's on base, there's a lot of times there's not much you can do about that. You got to just attack the next guy at the plate.
And of course, you want to keep him close. You don't want everybody just running all over you. But I do think there's these times where baseball becomes much easier when you're in a rhythm as a pitcher, going straight to home there.
That one poked out into right field. The 8th grader reaches up and makes the play. How's that for your first start, securing that final out of this opening inning?
You feel like you read it right, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh no, but Jay's got very long arms, and he was able to reach up there, snag it out of the air. He got his first out done. All those rookie nerves now can float away, as he more than likely will bat in the top of the second from the 9-hole.
Bobcats get out of it 1-0 here as we head to the second on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
Welcome back to your Friday afternoon coverage of Bobcat baseball right here on KFJB-TV. There we get a look at that final out, the 8th grader Jalen Logsdon. Maybe some jitters coming into his first start and maybe a slight misread off the bat, but he recovered for the final out.
He's got those long arms. He's a good athlete and was able, I think he's a confident athlete, and it all got out of the inning. Cats still up 1-0.
Lars Schoenfelder up here to lead off the second for the Bobcats as he shows bunt on the first pitch from Peters, but ball in the dirt for a ball. Bobcats in that opening inning, a pair of singles, but struck out for the 3 outs as Peters continues to work the strike zone. Finds strike 1 there on Schoenfelder.
Yeah, he struck out the side in the first inning, has 3 Ks. Just impressed with Lars. Lars plays, if you're around, and I have a kid in the same age, but you just seen him grow. He's always been a good athlete. But the fact he's already almost hitting 300, that high strike, he loves it. It's, but almost hitting 300 in your 8th grade campaign at the varsity level is pretty impressive.
Crowd liked that one.
That one dove right after. It would have frozen, but it looked like it dropped into the strike zone past the plate.
Full count, and Peters picks up his 4th strikeout of the day. Schoenfelder paused there, thought maybe it was a little inside, but
yeah, he thought it might have been outside on the edge, but what really happened was he had thrown curveball, as you see Coach Colton Hankey there. He had thrown curveball and just froze Lars with the fastball on the edge.
Hankey in his 2nd year here for the Cats and making the calls down there from the 3rd base line to the batters.
And again, it may not sound like much the 2nd year. Sam Griesel's played 5 years. It's the first time he's had the same coach 2 years in a row.
Another foul ball right at our Keith Stewart.
Keith and red minivans, what do they have in common?
It's become a running joke on the KFJB-TV broadcast as 1-1 here is the count. Late strike call there on Aiden Holmgren is.
Man. All righty.
Again, it's a little hard for us here just off to the left, but seems like a lot of these are pretty close as a dropped 3rd strike, but the throw will be made over to first base, and Aiden Holmgren retired, and Bobcats continue to not find that contact on swinging strikes at the plate.
That's the 5th strikeout by Peters. He had 31 already on the year. He's up to 36. Cats were able to get a couple hits, though, in the top of the 1st, get a run across.
Luke Stalzer, the 2nd baseman, comes up. Some speed at the bottom of the order, looking to drop down a bunt there. We'll foul it back to the backstop.
And that's one of the things is you always want, as a batter, you never want to just strike out. You always want, at least if you get an out, you want the defense to have to work for it. That hook is working.
It is.
That thing's working.
Bobcats have not found a read on it with the exception of the 2 base hits as that one chopped foul down the first base side. Dylan is 5 outs, 5 strikeouts. Is that good?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay.
That's what I got. If you got 5 for 5, that's 100%. That's good for antibacterial soap and for strikeouts.
0-2 count here to Stalzer as Peters comes home. That one does miss high as Stalzer takes ball 1 of this at-bat.
Luke's another one that's batted all through the lineup.
And just like that, six outs recorded for the Lou and 6 Bobcats down on strikes.
I do not know what the child labor laws are, but Caleb Peters is putting in work.
He is here as the Bobcats fail to record a hit. He strikes out the side again, this time 1-2-3 inning. And Xander Stupp for the Bobcats will take the mound. A tough act to follow.
Yeah, Xander, Xander hasn't. He's missed the strike zone a little bit more than Peters, but he's done a nice job of getting them out when he can. It's important for Xander, especially in the bottom half of the lineup. You know where Waterloo's power is in the soul of that lineup. You don't want to mess around with the bottom third.
Stupp
Ooh, the KFJB. The vehicle. Thank you,
there
Carl
we go.
Chevrolet's taking care of us out there.
Transportation for today's game on KFJB provided by Carl Auto Group in Marshalltown. Carl, your dealer for life.
You know what? That's more than a vehicle. It's the context in which we build a solid team here at KFJB-TV. Our very own video man, Joe Cornwell, doesn't seem to think so.
Yeah, oddly enough, did not drive from Waterloo Cedar Falls to Marshalltown just to drive back to Waterloo Cedar Falls.
Yeah, I could see KWWL's parking lot when we pulled in, but you know what? Those that are committed to culture, they'll drive 65 miles to drive 65 miles.
Joe Cornwell providing some of today's shots down the third base line. He's been a little less active than our very own Keith Stewart with foul balls, as seems most of them seem to be finding our guy Keith.
But more active as the butt of our jokes here on the broadcast.
Definitely so. Here we've got Phoenix Shipman stepping up for Waterloo East, the Trojans, and probably my favorite name in today's game, Phoenix.
Yeah, I do like it.
And he rips a hot shot down the third base line on the first pitch of the at-bat. Takes an aggressive turn at first, but the throw in from Schoenfelder will hold it to just a single.
Yeah, Madden Martin kind of bent at the knees. You've got to play more on your balls of the feet over there. He was on his heels there. Where Xander has missed, he's missed belt high, and they've turned and ripped on him. He has got to get that fastball, either get it up or get that curveball down. He's spent a little too much time at the belt.
That'll bring up Keegan Aitchison for the Trojans. Batting 200 so far this year, but 6 RBIs and 15 runs scored. So he's coming around when he gets on base.
Yeah, you're looking at getting on base and allowing, at the high school level, there can be defensive miscues, all of those type of things that if you're on base, anything can happen. I think it's important for Aitchison, too, as the senior right in front of the freshman. Have a productive at-bat. At the very least, move the runner over, if not get on base yourself.
Xander missed low there on the opening pitch of the at-bat, following a check over to first there to Holmgren. He'll come home here with the second pitch. That one lifted in the air to left center. Charging over is Schoenfelder, and it gets through the glove. Charging for 3. Phoenix going to be thrown out at third. A nice relay there following the drop out in left center field by Lars Schoenfelder and Sam Griesel, working their way over to Madden Martin. The Bobcats get the lead runner, but Aitchison in with a double.
Yeah, I'm going to call it a two-base error. That's what I would say. That was off the edge of Lars. It looked like he got there. I don't know if he messed with the sun or what, just off the edge there. But you could tell Lars has got a great arm.
Yeah.
And that was a perfect relay from Sam Griesel to Madden Martin and a good tag. Cats lucky to get an out there, as the East looked like they had something rolling. Still have a runner in scoring position with less than 2 outs.
I'll bring up Jack Carey here, the freshman like you mentioned, and there's something to fill you with confidence. I'd say it's having a guy on second.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful, knowing that if you can get that guy to third or you get it to the outfield, you have a chance of scoring one.
There's that pitch from Xander. He's been looking for that called strike on the outside corner. He finds it there, and
Nothing settles you down like a first pitch strike.
Goes around, cannot hold the check swing, and Xander ahead 0-2 here on the freshman carry.
Yeah, Cats sit at 6-19 this year. Waterloo East 6-15.
Got him once high and returned the favor going down low for the strikeout.
That's right, big strikeout. The second one on the night for Xander Stupp. What could have been runners on second and third now is just one runner on second with 2 outs. Got the 9-hole hitter.
Talk about boosting confidence at the plate for the freshman. How about Xander boosting his own confidence here, working his way through this opening jam, and now just 1 out away from getting out of it.
And that's exactly what you want to do. If you get a senior on freshman matchup, take advantage of it, but don't give up or don't let down. Now you've got to attack the junior at the bottom of the lineup.
Chance Shaw to the plate here with 2 outs. Will take a pitch high and outside to even up the count. Shaw batting 137 so far this year in the 9 spot, 2 runs, 5 RBIs, and swings hard at that one from Stupp, but misses low, and Stupp now ahead 1-2.
That fastball up by the shoulders has been an effective pitch for Xander. That curveball has not bit as much.
That one pops straight up here. Tatey will clear the path for Xander Stupp, who cannot quite make the play in the sun. There is a slight breeze here along with the sun, but certainly a play that Xander expects himself to make.
Yeah, that was one of those. He went over two-handed, went up 2 hands, and it just bounced right on out. Tough play for the Cats. This is where you got to throw it away. If you're Xander Stupp, throw it away. Don't worry about it. Get that 3rd strike here. Get out of the inning.
Xander, following the drop, comes home and will miss high and away.
Cats have had a couple miscues there. See if they can kind of avoid on both of them. Though Lars dropped the pop fly to center field, was able to get the out at 3rd. Is now full count here. You do not want to walk that 9-hole hitter.
One of our other KFJB-TV commentators, Elijah, and I talked previously about, when you make a mistake, there's so much in sports that's the mental game. It's not always necessarily the physical game. And right now you just want to see Xander bounce back from that drop and just finish us at bat.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. If you can't do anything about it, you got to throw it away.
Yeah. Fouled back into the backstop here as Shaw stays alive. Stupp offers full count again. That one ripped in the air left field. Schoenfelder back at the wall, and thought maybe that cleared the fence, but it just one-hops the wall, and just like that, Trojans in with a pair of, we'll call it a 2-base error and then a double, but even still, Trojans find a couple extra base hits here, and we are all knotted up at 1 in the bottom of the 2nd.
Yeah, it's the Waterloo East fans are sitting right to our left as you see that there, and it short hops the fence. It's our depth perception through the fence makes it a little bit difficult to see, because I think both of us thought, did that thing?
I thought it
might have cleared, but no, it short hopped the fence. If you're Waterloo East now, Bobcats did not want that. Yeah. That's the worst thing that can happen for Waterloo East. You get a double off the fence from your 9-hole hitter. You're feeling pretty good about the 2nd inning.
That'll bring up Madden Harn, the leadoff man, who Stupp was able to strike out to lead off this game for the Bobcat defense, but with how Waterloo's been starting to find pitches, as that one popped up in the air into shallow right, charging in. Play is made. The 8th grader, couple of innings and a couple of 3rd outs.
Love it. He was much more confident there. Came in, textbook catch. Bobcats go to the top of the 3rd, tied at 1 with East putting 1 on the board in the bottom of 2.
We'll be back right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects. From learning how to build relationships
and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back to Waterloo. The East High Trojans have tied it up against your Marshalltown Bobcats here on KFJB-TV. Game 1 of the doubleheader tonight. And our one road trip until the postseason as we made the short journey up from Marshalltown to bring you coverage from today's game.
Yeah, we had to take some detours as there's some road work. We were behind a big old farm implement for about 4 miles. We had choice words for certain vehicles not wanting to pass when they clearly could have. So what should have been an hour and 5 minutes took us an hour and 7 minutes. And I am furious about the 2 minutes I will never get back.
We got set up in time here to bring you coverage today as the Bobcats, Dylan, look to find some contact. 6 straight strikeouts here to start the day. Between those 2 base hits from the Bobcat offense.
Yeah, Peters is when he's missing a lot of bats. And now Jalen Logsdon has had a couple opportunities in the outfield. His first opportunity at the dish.
That one will find over closer to Joe Cornwell, our cameraman down the third base line today, as we've got a little bit of a different setup. Each camera down the lines here.
About say after this pitch here. Oh, you see it goes off the tarp, but you look at Jalen will left-handed out there, shoots basketball right-handed, really ambidextrous, good athlete. Oh man,
ambidextrous and took a pitch there that I thought maybe was going to be strike 3.
I almost thought it didn't matter which side he was swinging from.
There he'll hit a sharp grounder down to shortstop. Quick throw over to first is not in time. And what a start so far today from the 8th grader, Jalen Logsdon. A pair of routine fly ball outs to get the confidence up, and he pays it off at the dish. The Bobcats find their 3rd base hit of the afternoon.
Good start for you for your first varsity experience there. And now Sam doesn't usually get a lot of people on when he's swinging the bat. Let's see if the Cats can put more pressure on the loop.
Not people normally on when Griesel comes to the plate, but I'm sure we'll see him be aggressive as always with Logsdon here on first as the Cats look to regain the lead here in the 3rd. Griesel takes on the first 2 pitches and split a ball and a strike.
And one thing you always wonder with immaturity on the base paths, got to be listening to first base coach Carson Johnson.
That one in there for a strike, and the throw over to first, just not in time. Logsdon, you talk about finding that balance. Finding that balance between being aggressive and not being too aggressive,
and being aware.
Yes.
I think that's with immature base with a lack of experience. I'd say more inexperienced.
Griesel chops one down the 3rd base line and foul as looks to stay alive here. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, that inexperience. You just have to be aware. And right now, Peter, I'm really impressed. It seems a lot at this level. The curveball is a big looping curveball. His has a much tighter break to it. It's got good movement.
Runner goes from first to second on the hit and run, but Griesel just on top of it, chops it back to the backstop.
Yeah, Sam's doing a nice job of fighting here down in the count 1-2.
He's chopped a couple down just behind him here. We'll see if he can straighten one out on the 1-2 pitch for Peters, and That one lifted in the air to left, tailing over to the foul line. Tagging from first is Logsden. Throw to second is there, but the tag not applied as Griesel flies out deep left field down the third baseline. But, you know, some inexperience on the base pass, but right time to be aggressive there.
That was some really good coaching over there by Carson Johnson. He made sure that Jalen, even though it was a foul ball, make sure that you were on the bag for the moment he caught it. Then Jalen was able to move. There you go with a productive out. It wasn't an out. You got somebody in scoring position as JJ comes up.
Bunt laid down right back to the pitcher, Peters. He'll turn and make the throw over to first as Logsden rounds third, and the Bobcats find a runner on third here with 2 outs in the third inning, looking to recapture that lead. Again, just productive out. Even getting out there, you move the runner, you give your guy Xander Stupp a chance here to recapture the lead.
Well, you look at that's what the big problem with strikeouts are. They're unproductive outs. It puts a tally. Nothing changes. It just changes the tally. Here in the third, Cats have been able to get a couple productive outs, moving runners to where it can turn an infield single into a runner on third base with a chance to score.
Right. Xander aggressive there on the opening pitch, fouls one down the third base line, and 0-1 pitch here from Peters comes home. Xander swings over top of it, and very quickly Stupp down 0-2 in the count here. 2 outs in the third. Bobcats just a few feet from recapturing the lead. We'll see if Stupp can step up.
I'd love to see Stupp just a little bit shorter swing. He kind of loops with it.
Swings underneath a high hater from Peters, and he's right back to his strikeout ways as the Bobcats find an opening base runner off of the Logsden single, but despite the productive outs, cannot find a way to bring him home, and we'll head to the bottom of the third. Still knotted up at 1 here. Waterloo East look to take their first lead of the game. We'll be heading into that heart of the lineup here that kind of plagued the Bobcats early on in this one with McCrary and Peters.
Yeah, it seems Xander just got in his head. He walked both of them. He walked that 3 and 4 hole hitter. And it really seems Xander was just, I think he was a little too amped to make a play, because that fastball was 6 inches out of the strike zone.
Yeah.
But Xander wanted, kind of amped up, wanting to get Jay home from third. Swung underneath, a good fastball. Smart pitch by Peters. Use the batter's aggressiveness against him. If they're going to swing outside of the zone, don't give them anything in the zone to swing at.
Especially when you've got that runner on third. You know that Xander, the opposing pitcher, is going to want to help himself out. We use that tag a lot here on KFJB-TV, but it's true, especially in high school. You get a kid that's antsy a little bit to try to make that play, and you see Peters there take advantage of it.
I know you're new to the play-by-play game, but it is in the broadcaster's Bible that if the pitcher is batting, you have to say that.
You have to say it. All right.
It's not something we choose to say.
Right.
It is passed down. There's these sacred tablets that everyone gets once you get so many broadcasts under your belt that you have to abide by.
I was gonna say Brandon hasn't showed me those yet, so I don't think.
No, I think it's a dozen games.
Dozen
so
games.
Once you get to a dozen games, you'll get to see the tablets.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see those, and excited to see the Bobcats here continuing to take on the Waterloo East Trojans as head to the bottom of the third here. It'll bring up Keegan McCraney.
Flew out to right field in his first at bat.
Popped up infield. Luke Stalzer looking to make the play, and he will secure that pop up to the second base side.
I apologize. He flew out to the left fielder.
Logsden has had his plays in right, but they've been to close the inning far today.
I knew I was wrong once I said it, but then I looked at myself and was like, oh, doze.
Caleb Peters.
Put the wrong outfield position there.
Drew a walk his first at bat, and he'll rip one to center field. Schoenfelder over to make the play, and just like that, Lars Schoenfelder picks up the second out of this inning for the Cats, looking to work a quick 1-2-3.
Aside from Lars' error early in this ball game, Lars has been very good defensively if he's playing short, if he's playing center. And this is it's kind of weird to say, but you have freshman 8th and 8th. You have a pretty strong defensive outfield out there.
We've already highlighted the relay capabilities from that outfield, and some nice plays in the outfield on fly balls so far today. It's just about putting it together here, especially that opening year, whether it's freshman or 8th grader. That one blasted into left. Schoenfelder, the other Schoenfelder, makes the play, and the Bobcats do go 1-2-3 defensively as they get through the 2-3-4 hitters of the Waterloo East Trojans without any damage. We'll be back. The Bobcats will take the plate again as we start the fourth on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
Welcome back to the fourth inning. The Marshalltown Bobcats and the Waterloo East High Trojans. David Braga alongside Dylan Doze for game one of our doubleheader. Brandon will step beside you, Dylan, for game two, as he is currently chilling in a sun hat.
Yes, he is. It's a sun hat that could double as a small gazebo. That thing is huge.
It is. It's also got the neck guard.
It's got the big flap
going out the back.
He's going to go to tasseling later.
Good and bad memories to tasseling in my.
I walked beans 1 year. My son is to tassel. My eldest and my youngest will start detasseling for the first time in 2 weeks.
Garrett Tatey here looking to make a play at the plate for the Bobcats as swings on a pitch outside and can't quite find it. 0-1 here, the count from Peters. That one fouled back down the first base side as Tatey found one of the 2 base hits in the opening inning for the Cats and brought home Griesel.
Yeah, got that RBI. Woo. Checking life insurance on those.
Yeah.
That thing was up in the ear hole. Good thing it was the curveball, not the fastball.
Tatey down at 1-2 in the count. Will ground one to third here. Throw over to first is in time. Play made there by Helmrichs and McCraney. That'll be a 5-3 putout.
Just again, it's bat on the ball. You always have a chance if you get the bat on the ball. You never have a chance if you're swinging through strike 3.
That'll bring up Madden Martin, who did strike out there in that first inning. Was the final out of the first.
That first pitch curveball just had Madden ducking out, and it just dropped in for a strike.
You mentioned earlier you see a lot of the sort of looping curveballs,
Yep.
but this one from Peters, especially today, just bites.
Yeah, and he goes back to it. Madden Martin way ahead of it. He now finds himself in a 1-2 hole.
Bobcats found a couple base hits early off of that curveball and have not been able to find it since then as Martin goes down looking. That's his second time striking out today, as 8 strikeouts now for Caleb Peters through, 3 2/3?
Yeah, he's 3 2/3 in, and Madden Martin I think is going to end up being a very good hitter, like a middle of the lineup type hitter, but right now it just seems that varsity pitching is just a little bit too much for him right now, especially with that really good curveball. He just fell off that hole at bat.
Lars Schoenfelder fouls back the opening pitch of his at-bat and takes a ball low for the second. It's now 1-1 here. 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Bobcats and Trojans tied at 1 apiece. Bobcats on the board first in the first inning is late call on the inside strike there to Schoenfelder, and then Trojans responded with a run in the second, and we've been scoreless since.
That's the second to the backstop as Peters kind of dropped a little bit more to that 3/4, and it just kind of fluttered away. That fastball kept on a climbing.
Two the count now to Lars Schoenfelder. And that high strike, Dylan, they got him again.
That's a
we will head to the Waterloo half of the fourth here with the Bobcats and Trojans knotted at 1 apiece. That just at the top of the numbers strike zone has been called a few more times than I would have anticipated today.
I would say those might have been the numbers on the bottom of the sunglasses. That thing was up top. Cooper Flag,
yeah.
number 1 pick by the Mavericks. That would have been chest high.
That would.
I'm just saying.
NBA draft just took place here recently, and
off air we were talking about where did Iowa State, Iowa guys sign. I know you were saying Gilbert signed with who?
I believe Gilbert was with Washington.
Yeah, Peyton Sanford signed with OKC. Now the defending NBA champions.
I was gonna say it's a shame he couldn't sign a few days ago. Maybe he'd have gotten a ring for himself there.
Maybe they ordered too many.
There you
He'll
go.
be able to grab one on the summer league team.
Well, they seemed prepared for it there. They had the tournament championship buses ready there for Game 7.
They had it all ready to rock and roll. You know, my favorite part of that was how there were guys wearing Nick Collison shirts. They were shouting out Nick Collison. Collison, of course, he graduated in '99 from Iowa Falls. He and Matt Lindemann were incredible. Lindemann would go and play for Creighton, but they would beat kids by 90. We got upset in the first round my junior year. Otherwise, our prize would have been playing Iowa Falls. So we didn't ever have the pleasure of losing by 60 to Iowa Falls and Nick Collison, but an Iowa great for sure.
So we head into the bottom of the fourth here. Waterloo stepping into the plate, Cade Krusemark.
See, that was a master class. We went from talking about Keyshawn Gilbert to how Nick Collison was an Iowa standard for basketball in 1999, and I was able to include myself in that story.
There you go.
That's a master class of self-promotion. That's why I'm calling Game 1. I've got to teach you these ways.
See, those are the things that I'll learn, just going through more and more repetition there.
Elijah's not as much of a self-promoter, so I had to.
Also not as much of a 90s guy.
No, not as much. Maybe 90 pounds.
2-1 here, the count to Krusemark, who was that first fly ball out to right field to end the first inning. And he'll rip another one to that side. Nice stop there from Holmgren, who will take a few steps over to his first base spot and record the opening out of this bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, just a nice little backhand, and you saw him just early on getting some work because he hasn't played a lot of first base. He's definitely got the build for it and everything, but getting a lot of just work of throwing balls in the dirt around the base to get better and better with it, and he made that a routine play with the backhand.
That one ripped down the third base line, just foul. You talk about that backhand, that's kind of one of the things you worry about as an infielder is that hop coming off the grass. Is it going to hit the grass? Is it going to hit the dirt? How high is it going to bounce? And Holmgren there with the backhand, a nice play made.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit. That's one where he waited on. I think he thought it was coming to him a lot harder because he might have had a chance to be able to just square up behind it.
Second foul ball here from Phoenix.
And that was one of Xander's best off-speed pitches there. He has gone fastball pretty fastball heavy so far here today.
Got Shipman swinging just on top of it and chopped it back to the backstop, and now 0-2 here for Stupp.
Just outside there. See Madden Martin's playing closer to the line. There's been a couple that have shot down the baseline he's not been able to get to, so he's making the adjustment to play closer to the line.
It looks like that one catches the brim of Shipman and could not quite duck out of the way in time, and he'll head on over to first base, but he is jogging over there, so hopefully nothing too hard a contact there at the head.
No, that was nothing but a curveball that didn't curve. It was not. Anytime you get hit up by the dome, you're nervous, but that thing seemed to more spin the. You look at it, it spun the helmet because he ducked away, and it seemed to catch the back side of it on the non-curving curveball.
That'll bring up Keegan Aitchison here as Shipman stands on first. One out here for the Bobcat defense in the bottom of the fourth as Stupp will check over to first.
And this is where we ran into a little bit of issues there the first time through the bottom of this order. This was the one that did damage in that second inning. Was able to get a run across.
Another big cut here from Aitchison, but he goes underneath it.
Yeah, Aitchison reached on that two-base error. The other as a quick throwback, not in time.
And Shipman thrown out at third there as the relay did get back in time, and Bobcats were able to hold the Trojans to just one. That red van, look out again.
That's clean living over there. My goodness.
Stupp quickly ahead in the count here, 0-2. Stupp comes home, that one outside and maybe a tick low as Aitchison lays off at 1-2 now the count.
1-2 count. The curveball has not had a lot of bite on it for Xander.
Fouled back. This one not quite to our little red van.
You can tell Xander feels much more comfortable with that fastball. And you think that'd probably even be more so after hitting the previous batter off a curveball.
And that just all comes back to the mental part of this game. Just how fast can you move on from that mistake? Has got another ball lifted into left here. This one, Schoenfelder, J.J. Schoenfelder will make the play. And not deep enough to advance the runner.
No, and that one we knew.
That one we knew.
We've learned our lesson to left field action, and that one didn't sound as big of a pop off the bat.
No, it didn't.
But this is where you get the freshman in. Carey struck out in the second inning. See if, Xander, you just want to attack here.
As you say that, he makes the quick throw over to Holmgren at first to try to keep Shipman held there.
Colton Hankey said if you were coaching, we would have about 5 million stolen bases on us. I get it. I get it. Just with 2 outs, with 2 outs, I'm just like, let's not worry about stuff. Let's just go get that out.
That one catches. There's your strike on the upper outer part of the plate.
Well, and you're also looking at it's a freshman at the plate. You want to make sure you just want to attack. It can bite you back. Is like you don't play as a freshman if you're not talented.
Right.
You may not have the production so far, but there's something in you that they believe you're ready for it and that you will end up being a very productive player. Has another one down and away for a ball. Now 3-1.
3-1 count here. Stupp working against Carey. That one was in the zone, and Carey fouls it back, and just like that, we've got ourselves a full count here as Stupp looks to close out the fourth.
And if I'm Carey, what I'm looking, with us holding on at first, I'm looking to shoot that first to second base gap right there. I'm looking to, you know, not try to pull it. I'm looking to try to shoot it into right field.
Some opposite field contact here for Carey, maybe.
Yeah, not the whole taco, but go oppo with a little taco.
There you go. Stupp comes home with the full count. That one lifted in the air to left, and Schoenfelder charging in, and he will make the play as the Bobcats once again work a clean inning. We will end the fourth and head to the fifth. The Bobcats and Trojans knotted at 1. Both teams looking for that spark on offense. We'll see which one finds it first as we come back on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects, from learning how to build relationships
and healthy lifestyles.
And gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back, Bobcats and Trojans in action here at Waterloo East High School. It's been a bit of a defensive showing today as take a look at some warm-up in the Bobcat bullpen.
Luke Stalzer's down there warming up. Let's go, Trojans! And I have to apologize. I don't know. I thought Matchbox 20 was Hootie. I feel very bad about myself that I apologize to all listeners and fans of the South Carolinian band, Hootie and the Blowfish. That was a banger in 7th grade, let me tell you.
Aiden Holmgren, the first baseman here tonight for the Bobcats, steps up to lead off the top of the 5th inning, and he'll swing underneath strike 1. And we'll chop strike 2 right back to us.
And when we're looking at Luke Stalzer out there warming up, he does have a 6.87 ERA on the year. Pitched 17 innings with a 0-3 record.
0-2 count here to Holmgren, and
dang, that's wicked.
I'm swinging at that 10 times out of 10 over the top of it every time. Holmgren finds short contact up to the shortstop. Throw over to first is in time, and Holmgren retired on the 6-3 putout. As here we get a look at Luke Stalzer stepping up to the plate.
You know that normal go warm up in the bullpen, then run in, get in the bat. Just got him about half a step there.
Yeah.
Good shot there.
Stalzer underneath that one, and strike 1, swing and a miss.
Trying to be aggressive early in the count, but it has been hard to get any piece of anything.
That time lays off the off-speed pitch. It dips into the dirt, and count evens up at 1-1. Stalzer struck out in his previous at-bat in the 2nd inning. One misses just low, and 2-1 now the count here is Stalzer. Checks with the main man himself, Colton Hankey, down the third base line.
And Peters has been basically 75-80% curveball.
That one down the first base line, and a backhand missed there at the first base. That's Keegan McCraney. Couldn't quite get a glove to it, and Luke Stalzer finds contact. Little oppo. No taco. But
no taco, but you got oppo on first. You got some guacamole anyways. I think it should be a thing. Just go warm up in the bullpen and then sprint to get in a bat. This is where you get a left-hander here and holding them on at first.
First pitch misses high to our guy Jalen Logsden.
Though the Cats have not pulled a whole lot there, there is wide open if he can. That whole side of the infield is wide open.
I believe his single in the second inning was to that side.
It was third base side because he beat out the throw.
Yes, you are correct. Runner goes there. Stalzer takes off to second.
Throw
is a beauty. And the play is made. Harn behind the plate with a rocket. And Luke Stalzer thrown out at second, caught stealing. Perfect execution there by the Lou's infield and a beautiful throw.
And I've been, showing David what to do in a broadcast. I also showed him what not to do right there. You see the throw right there. As a color person, you should not stomp on the call of the play-by-play. As I said, it's a great throw before the tag. So sometimes even the greats mess up.
Logsden will look to continue battle here. He'll rip another one. This one over the shortstop into the left field side. 2 for 2 for the 8th grader.
Have your day. Have yourself a day, Jay. That's quite the job by the 8th grader.
Just battles at the plate and finds some squared up contact over the shortstop and into the grass. 2 for 2 with a pair of singles for the 8th grader Jalen Logsden, and maybe that's part of the spark this Bobcat offense needs as we once again see Griesel, the leadoff man, come to the plate.
Well, this may be his first game starting. It will not be his last.
It will not be. As Griesel looks to step up here, he had a leadoff single as Logsden goes. They'll try it again. This one throw high and into center field, but good job covering there by the center fielder Kruzmark.
And now what you do when you get that stolen base, you have 2 outs. You want to put some pressure on the base path. Worst case, caught stealing again. You come in the next inning, Sam Griesel's leading off the inning. Now you give Sam an opportunity, have someone in scoring position, have your best overall hitter at the plate.
Yeah.
And this game is not going to be a 15-14 ball game. It's been a really good defensive pitching battle here tonight.
I shared the other day, I don't remember who it was. It was 21-18 was the final.
Oh, yeah. I
was worried football season started on us a little early. Kennedy, I think, was one.
Yes, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, and was it Pleasant Valley?
Pleasant Valley, I believe, yeah.
And they were ranked teams. This
yes.
is not – they were ranked ball clubs at the highest level.
1-2 count here for Griesel, looking to bring home a run, and that one sharply back to Peters, who will jog over to first and make the toss. And the Bobcats find a couple base runners that inning, but no runs scored as Griesel will ground out to the pitcher to close it. And, Dylan, we still have our defensive battle here, 1-1.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to who blinks first, so to speak, as Xander Stupp will come back out here for the 5th inning. Xander, outside of that second inning, really was in no serious trouble throughout.
Some fly ball outs so far today, some good contact from the Lou, but most of it's been pretty much right to the outfielders here, and Stupp has been able to work around some of the jams that he's found himself in.
Yeah, he's pitched to contact, and outside of one play, his defense has not let him down. Got some Metallica going. We don't want to get shut down.
No.
We know how much Lars Ulrich enjoys. What have you noticed from Xander's outing so far tonight?
I think the biggest thing is he's stayed pretty calm even through some of that, even when it's not his mistake. We saw that outfield, the drop there that led to the extra bases, and even then, bouncing back and, like you said.
It was his mistake, too. When he dropped the foul ball, he was able to lock it back in.
Right. So, yeah, we've talked about, how important the mental side of sports is, and I really think that Xander's done a really good job with that as we work our way back into the bottom of the Waterloo East lineup. Number 10, Chance Shaw, step up to the plate.
He demolished the baseball first time up. Short short hop the wall for a double, RBI double.
One of the many that we thought cleared the fence down that left field side from where we're sitting, and he's aggressive on pitch 1 down in the dirt from Stupp and swings over top of it for strike 1.
I like Xander going off speed to begin with. He's been so fastball heavy here tonight.
Goes back to it, and again swinging low is Shaw, who gets a little too far underneath that one and fouls it to the backstop.
Yeah, Xander's got him on the string. Don't want to let up here.
Think he'll go with the numbers this one? Fastball up?
I think so. That's where he's found a lot of success. Oh, he went away.
He'll find the strikeout nonetheless, and Xander Stupp works a quick 3-pitch at-bat to Chance Shaw. I believe that's his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's number 3. First time since the second inning, his first caught looking. But, yeah, it was perfect. I think he thought the same as we did, that, he'll probably go upstairs, and he went away and locked his knees up.
Bring back the top of the order here for the Trojans.
Harn is only hitting 180, and that's very low as a leadoff hitter, but his on-base percentage is .450. You know, that whole point of leadoff is get on base.
Get on, yep.
Yeah, he struggled hitting the ball, but he's had 15 walks this year. He's been hit 10 times, so you look at 25 additional times he's gotten on base other than the hit.
He's turned that into 14 runs scored so far on the year.
Yeah, of course you want that batting average up, but all the other stats that go along with it is right where you want your leadoff hitter at.
He's looking to increase that number here, 3-0, taking all the way. Stupp will find that first strike as
I dropped my pen to the bottom. That's why you always have a backup
always
pen.
have a backup pen. Another thing I'm learning.
Yes.
Stupp fires in, and that one fouled back the third base side.
Almost
glad the infield saw it, because I sure didn't.
I'm just happy to know he was coming back with a hot dog. That hit the sidewalk back to the concession stand.
Dylan, I don't know how you feel, especially in high school ball, but with nobody on and one out, do you like taking 3-0 all the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Just low. Oh. I do definitely, unless you are hitting 450. I just
make the umpire make the call.
I'm an old man. I like when I like playing things the right way.
Yeah.
I like, all right, what's the smart play? I look at it, if I was coaching you or as coach my own son, I want you to know how to play the right way, and then you can break the rules at different points, but it's because you know why you're breaking the rules. So great curveball.
Great off speed.
So my thing is 99% of the time I would take. The only time I wouldn't is if it's just an absolute, if you're crushing, if you're just ripping the baseball, then go ahead maybe. Even then I would say maybe 1 out of 5 times I'd allow that.
Works out there for Harn as he draws the walk, and now the Bobcats a chance to turn 2. Griesel over to Stalzer over to first. Holmgren not in time, but the Bobcats do get the lead runner. Griesel to Stalzer at second.
Yeah, Sam led him too far off the bag, and Luke struggled to transfer the ball into his hand. No shot at first base.
2 outs now here for the Cats is a bit of a equipment drop off over at first base.
Yeah, I think maybe somebody should do a copper tone drop off on my left-hand side. Lots of sun here off the metal. I feel like a 1970s movie. I'm out sunbathing with the metal trifold coming out.
Another nice off-speed there from Xander, and he's taken advantage so far this inning of that first pitch. It seems like Waterloo expecting that fastball, and he's taken advantage here a couple batters in the 5th.
Yeah, he's thrown a lot more off-speed here in the 5th inning.
That one ripped the third base side, and Martin shading over towards that line to not let anything get by on his right. Now has one squeak by on his left, and Waterloo has put the young man in a pickle.
Yeah, here you go, Xander. This is why you're the ace of the staff. You know, these are the type of opportunities that Hankey and the Cats need you to get out of without any damage. And there is going to be a courtesy runner.
Courtesy runner coming in. I believe that's 11, Malik McCoo. That'll bring up the cleanup man, Jonah Helmricks, who walked his opening at bat and then flew out to left in the third. See if Stupp can work around him here in the fifth. Outside corner called strike. And that time, Stupp again just finding that early strike in the at-bats.
Yeah, you want to stay ahead. You don't want to be fighting for strikes late in counts.
0-1 offering here from Stupp. He'll come home. That one misses low.
Tady's done a nice job behind the dish here tonight. Xander's had good control all day as well.
He did have the one curve that didn't curve, but other than that, Stupp has been very, very much in control as he'll look to throw back to second, just not in time.
That was close.
Xander almost gets the pick, throwing back to second.
He looked like a jewelry box out there with a nice little pirouette.
Yes. Expecting music to play when he started spinning there.
Right.
He'll step off the mound here once again. 1-1 our count to the cleanup man, Helmricks.
What a great start. Beautiful night. Great start to a doubleheader.
He'll fire back to second again. This throw on the opposite side of the bag, and Stalzer cannot bring the tag down in time.
Stalzer's tag was reminiscent of a lumberjack on the Northwoods. He kind of had an axe swing with that.
He'll come home this time, and Helmricks a ground ball to Griesel at short. He'll fire over to Holmgren at first, and the Bobcats get out of it, and we stay tied at 1 as we head to the 6th. The Bobcat infield makes the play. Griesel to Holmgren. We'll see if the Bobcats can strike late in this one as we head to the 6th on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
And Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV, streaming all year on YouTube.
To the 6th we go. The Waterloo East High Trojans and the Marshalltown Bobcats knotted at 1 apiece here. Dylan Doze alongside David Braga here for game 1, and we'll have Brandon back on the mic for game 2.
And I gotta just stay put. That's first time calling both sides of the doubleheader this year. I'm earning my paycheck for sure. It's been fun with you, David.
Bobcat.
Good ball game as well.
It has been. We've seen a lot of great pitching and some nice plays made by the defense of both teams here as we have a low-scoring affair here. Dylan, of course, fan of the Big Ten. We seem to have a bit of a Big Ten football game being played.
You're just mad we can play defense.
0-2 count here to J.J. Schoenfelder, and he goes down swinging as Caleb Peters continues to rain home strikeouts on this Bobcat offense.
That at bat right there told me Peters is in the Bobcats' head. You can tell a little bit by just looking looking out there. Again, Stalzer warming up again, along with an additional cat, is they get behind again. But it seemed JJ went up there and he was on pins and needles the moment that at bat started. Xander a little bit more calm, cool, and collected. See if he can get some aluminum on it.
Swings underneath the second strike of the at-bat, and very quickly a Bobcat hitter down again, 0-2 in the count. 0-2 offering, and Stupp cannot find contact, and 6 pitches, 6 strikes, 2 strikeouts so far for Caleb Peters, looking to work his second inning of 3 straight strikeouts.
You look at Stupp, he's struck out all 3 times at bat. The 2 and 3 hole has 5 strikeouts and 6 at bats. See, Tatey has an RBI single on the night.
Swinging over. 0-1, and Peters in full control of this one in the 6th. That one lifted in the air to right by Tatey, but it's right to the right fielder, Shaw, and the Bobcats go 3 up, 3 down in about 18 seconds, Dylan.
That was not a long half inning, as the Cats had 2 people warming up, but I don't know if they even really got to warm up much there in between innings. And you got to wonder, is Xander's coming back to the bump?
It will be the starting pitcher, Xander Stupp, to work into the 6th here for the Bobcats. I believe that's the 2nd fastest inning that I've called so far this year. I think the Ames softball team the other day had a 3-pitch inning. Got the Bobcats swinging on 3 straight.
I don't know if you can go faster than 3. You may never, I don't know, you will never exceed it.
No.
You probably will never match it.
Yeah. Gotten a little bit of everything in my short time.
You got to call it Grand Slam,
I did,
which has not gone over with the voice of the Cats, Brandon Lewis.
I believe he said that's the first and only at this point on
Yeah,
KFJB-TV.
I have not called a Grand Slam.
But that's the kind of action you might catch by tuning in. We've got all of your baseball and softball coverage. Brandon will go over the upcoming schedule when we close out Game 2 of this doubleheader. Of course, we will have Game 2 shortly after this. I believe it'll be right around 7 o'clock will be Game 2.
Yeah, we might be able to sneak it in there. We're about 6:25 right now. We'll just see if this how quickly this game comes to an end. Extra innings are not out of the question in this 1-to-1 matchup so far.
May come down to which of these 2 pitchers can go just a half inning longer than the other, as Cats and Trojans tied at 1 apiece as Waterloo comes up to the plate. It's Cruzmark to lead off the bottom of the 6th. Stupp fires home and in the dirt for ball 1.
And this is one of the things that we aren't privy to, where they're at their pitch counts on the week, but there definitely are rules at the state level of how much kids can pitch in a 1 week time frame, because right now both pitchers are pitching well enough to go all 7. You just don't know how many innings they are able. If they're able to go 7, I assume they will go 7 because they've been really good.
Yeah. Stupp finds the first strike of the at-bat to make the count 2-1. Cruzmark flew out to right to end the first inning, and then ground ball out to the first baseman Holmgren there in the 4th. Pulls back on the bunt attempt to make it 3-1 here, and see how Stupp works around it. We've complimented his game as he's stayed focused throughout the day. We'll see here on 3-1 if he finds it, and he catches the outside corner to bring the count to full. It was a little late of a call there from the home plate umpire, but strike on the outside corner nonetheless.
Yeah, he had almost dropped the bat to walk to first base.
Payoff pitch from Stubb, ripped to the second baseman Stalzer, who fields it on a couple hops and makes the short toss over to first, Aiden Holmgren, and Bobcats find the first out here of the bottom of the 6th.
Nice job by Luke. Played it off a little bit of a bounce. Soft toss over to Holmgren. Get the first out, bottom of the 6th inning.
Bring up Phoenix Shipman, who hit by a curveball that didn't curve, and then also had a single so far today, as that curveball does just drop, but not into the strike zone, as it's 1-0.
Not all high strikes are created equal, apparently.
No. Xander tries to attack the other half of the zone and misses low and in the dirt, but we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but really Garrett Tatey behind the plate today has done a really nice job keeping the ball in front of him, whether it's low or high or outside or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of free bases in any way. Xander has hit a batter, has walked a couple, but there hasn't been that wild pitch. There hasn't been that pass ball situation where people are able to extend plays. So it's been a really clean baseball game for both teams.
Shipman fouls back that most recent pitch from Stupp, and now a 2-2 count here as senior Xander Stupp looks to work even deeper into this one. He'll miss outside to load up the count once again here. He picked up the ground ball out on the previous batter.
Yeah, Shipman's been on both times so far in this ball game.
He'll go and reach base again as Stupp skips one into the catcher, Tatey, and there's another walk there. I believe that's the 3rd walk of the day.
And I think we might be having a pitcher's change. Or real close. Colton Hankey is hanging out in the doorway to the dugout. He's looking.
We've seen,
and he's going to crouch back down.
We've seen Stalzer as well as one other Bobcat warming up here a little bit between innings, but it will be Stupp here to face Keegan Aitchison, who reached base on an error earlier in this one and then flew out his second at bat.
That high strike has been a consistent call all night long. I think Waterloo East and Bobcat fans would unite in saying, like, I don't know if all these are strikes, but at least you're calling them both ways. So,
check over to first, not in time, and count remains 0-1 here. Keegan Aitchison, a couple of hard hit fly balls. His throw goes high, and Stalzer cannot apply the tag, and Phoenix Shipman is aboard in scoring position. And now here's where Xander's going to have to really buckle up here on the mound.
Yeah, this is now where you get less than 2 outs, runner in scoring position. He had a beautiful job of running on a curveball.
Stupp finds strike 2 there to Aitchison on the outside part of the plate. This would be a big strikeout for Stupp if he can capitalize.
Yeah, you want to keep the ball in the infield no matter what. Strikeout would be best case scenario.
We talked about the pass balls a little earlier. That one skips just a little bit too far in front of Tatey, and that will send Shipman over to third.
Yeah, that's a wild pitch there. He just skipped it. And this is really where that curveball has not, it's been good at points, but it's been really inconsistent. So if I'm Waterloo East, I'm looking dead red the whole time with a runner just 90 feet away.
Stupp comes home with a fastball, and Waterloo does capitalize. The Trojans have taken the lead in the bottom of the 6th. Keegan Aitchison finds some more contact. This one just gets over the second baseman Stalzer and into shallow center. And the Trojans lead at 2-1 late.
And that's exactly what they did. Aitchison he waited. He knew it was going to be a fastball and just attacked it. Because that's what happens when you have a guy 90 feet away, curveball's inconsistent, you just threw a wild pitch, it's going to be a fastball every single time.
More contact on the infield here. Griesel will throw over to first. Second out recorded here for the Bobcat infield, but Hsin able to make it so there was no attempt at a double play there.
Yeah, nice job. Get the out, though.
Chance Shaw comes up here with 2 outs. Waterloo East out in front for the first time today as Stupp will make the check over to second base. Chopper over to third. Madden Martin will make the stop. He'll throw over to first. Throw gets away from Holmgren, and nobody chases after the ball. Holmgren lost track of it, and Waterloo East extends the lead as Keegan Hsin rounds third and comes home. It's now 3-1 Waterloo East. That throw from Martin just not enough on it. Over to Holmgren, who lost the ball behind him in the dirt.
Yeah, E5 on Martin, skipped it, and then it just kind of climbed up the runner back of Carey's leg, and Holmgren was just spinning around in circles. And on the flip side, Jay Logston was playing very deep, so he couldn't be there, shaded towards more right center than right field. Now you just need to get out of this inning to give yourself a shot.
Delicate task at hand here for Stupp as the Trojans will bring back up their opening lineup, or the top of the order, excuse me.
And underneath the Marshalltown Bobcats bus. Good thing we moved the KFJB
truck. 0-1 here the count as Stupp tries to get out of the inning. A sixth that has very rapidly turned downhill for the Bobcat defense, who had really played strong all day today up until this inning.
Yeah, just that an error, and that error became a couple.
That one chopped down the first base line. Holmgren will make the stop, and he'll make his way over to the bag to record that third out. But the Trojans strike and put 2 on the board, thanks in part to a couple Bobcat errors. We'll see if the Marshalltown offense can find a groove to extend this one as we'll head to the 7th. The Bobcats trailing 3-1 on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
Production of today's game made possible by the Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. NeedItRentIt.net. Bobcats trailing this one 3-1 as we head to the 7th.
Well, in the second game, you'll be seeing some of the 4th of July Red, White, and Blue celebration commercials. Home Rental Center, their bounce houses will be up at the Iowa Veterans Home on July 4th from about 11 to 3 o'clock there. We'll have All-Star Marshalltown Area Girls Softball All-Star game at 1. There'll be some Marshalltown Baseball Club games after that. Veterans will be throwing out first pitches, so some really cool experiences out there, food trucks, all of that. But, yeah, Home Rental Center will let you bounce around in the house.
Is there an age limit on those bounce houses?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it goes to like a preteen size, and then if you can beat up the person manning them, you can be whatever age you want to be.
Well, we will have to see Marshalltown 4th of July celebration coming up as the Bobcats need some fireworks in the 7th to extend this one. They'll start off. Madden Martin will lead it off, and he'll take a strike.
And it's going to need to be from the young kids. As you look out here, Luke Stalzer's the elder statesman as a sophomore in these next 5 people batting.
Bobcats, a trio of 8th graders. We've talked a lot about them, and they've played relatively well today as well as throughout the season, despite being the youngest. Yes.
You look at that again, that slider, that piece that he's throwing,
Peters comes back with the fastball there, and Martin on top of it, but he'll foul it back the first base side. Bobcats have had some hard-hit foul balls, Dylan. They just haven't found them straightened out.
Well, a lot of that comes from he's throwing so much off speed when he comes back to the fastball.
That one chopped to the third base side. Martin will try to beat out the throw. It's high, and it'll get away, and Madden Martin will be aboard as the Bobcats are down to their final inning.
We've had clean games defensively until this last half of the 6th into the top half of the 7th. Both teams making some errors. We will have a courtesy runner out there for, is it McLeod? I'm trying to see who. It's going to be 34.
34 is Bennett Ricken.
Bennett Ricken in for Madden
out there
Martin.
At first, as we'll see Lars Schoenfelder at the plate. He'll take a strike. Another one of the 8th graders that we've talked about today.
Yeah, hitting almost 300 this year. Made a lot of good plays defensively throughout the year.
That one he just gets a piece of. Fouls it right back to us and very quickly down in the count.
And that's one, it's so impressive what Peters has done, but mixing up the pitches, but the fact that he can throw his curve, his junk stuff for strikes is a huge deal, because you can't keep laying off of it. It's not like you're laying off something that dives off the end. You've got to put the bat on the ball with it.
As Schoenfelder puts a bat to the ball, and the Bobcats find another base hit. Ricken beats out the throw to second, and just keep chipping away, Dylan. Chip away.
Just keep chipping away as Aiden Holmgren comes up. He does have 8 RBI on the year. Isn't hitting quite 200 though. You wonder if do you see a bunt here? How comfortable do you feel with Holmgren to get a bunt on the ground where you're getting both runners in scoring position, or do you keep playing straight up and just trying to hit away?
You see the first baseman charging in as that bunt attempt does roll foul. Waterloo, especially down that first base line, playing for the bunt.
Yeah, and it makes the most sense, but the big thing is, sometimes you think, all right, just lay down a bunt. Bobcats have not shown that that's a routine play all year long. They've struggled with getting the bunt down in big situations, and none bigger than here in the top of the 7th.
Holmgren tries again. This one does stay fair down the first base side. Throw over to first. He was not on the bag, but he gets back to it. Holmgren can't believe it. Waterloo East crowd wants interference called.
What I would say is I would think it's more interference than him out at first, because he was on the inside. He was on the inside of the baseline. It probably should have been initially interference, but at first base, he was not out, like he had pulled the foot. I'm pretty surprised.
Hankey will have a discussion here with the home plate umpire as they'll go. Got a meeting between the two umpires here just down the third base side. An awkward play here in the top of the 7th as the Bobcats are looking to extend this game. Currently runners on second and third. Holmgren called out at first on a sacrifice bunt attempt.
And they're talking, they're still talking, so you don't see plays turn. Oh.
Lengthy discussion here between the two umpires. I assume only discussing interference versus Holmgren being out at first.
And if it would be interference, runners would be at first and second.
Correct.
So that's the big thing for Waterloo. And then, well,
Come on, you gotta go back. It's a dead ball. It's not even a question, it's a rule.
Umpires make the call, 1 out here. Holmgren out at first.
We do not have a brush There is no plate brush there. Now we have a Waterloo East conversation.
Coming out to discuss with the home plate umpire.
I'm going to go out and discuss why he doesn't have a brush. I feel bad for his hand.
I do too. It's, sticking your hand in all that grainy sand and just doing that after seemingly every at-bat here. We've had a lot of dust here at the plate covering up home base. As lengthy discussion now between the Waterloo East coach and the home plate umpire, as we'll have yet another discussion. Like I said earlier, Dylan, I've gotten to call a little bit of everything so far this year, and we'll add another one.
Let's see. Keith's on the opposite side. Often we rely on Keith to get us the dirt on when either referee, umpires, or whatnot are talking. Sometimes he can overhear some things.
Now the infield umpire going over to talk with Colton Hankey, the head coach.
They didn't call interference.
No, they didn't
so
call.
I don't know how you can retroactively go back and call it.
No.
I feel like no one may be happy with the result, but I feel like you got to move forward with one out and a runner on second and third.
Especially not having access to replay and not being able to go back. It's so hard to retroactively change something here.
And I don't even know, and no matter how loud you yell from the side, it really doesn't matter what we say out here.
No.
It's
lengthy discussion with Hankey continues down that third base line as infield has gathered for Waterloo East right around the pitcher's mound, discussing some things with
center fielder has gone to the backside. He was just oh, this is a great song. This is Rock 108.
There we go.
Down at the river's edge. Let's go.
We're getting some the little leaguer picking flowers back there in center field.
You're almost getting karaoke with me. But, you get a good look at Colton Hankey.
Talking it over with the umpires here. Again, Aiden Holmgren called out at first on the sacrifice bunt attempt. Dylan and I aren't sure that the first baseman ever got back to the bag in time.
Yeah.
And Waterloo East arguing interference, which would send the two Bobcat runners back to first and second here. One out in the top of the seventh. As discussion continues, the Bobcats trailing this one 3-1, so a very critical call here.
This is a huge call. You go from, it's a 2-run deficit. If you go one out, two guys on, and if it's first and second, that's much different than second and third. Then if it's first and second, you have the double play still in hand. You get a sac fly, you may get a guy to third, but if they're on second and third, no chance at the double play. You get something lifted to the outfield. You have a chance to tag up and score no matter what. This is a really big call here.
It looks like Hankey leaving our meeting is...
I'm thinking we're staying oh my gosh, they got to move.
Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
Home plate umpire, after a very lengthy discussion, have changed the call to interference on Aiden Holmgren running to first. And that'll bring up second baseman Luke Stalzer. Runners on second and third with one out here in the top of the seventh.
What did they see in the conversation with two coaches that changed that?
I have no idea.
That's what bothers me. There's nothing they could see more of, and they just talked to people more times.
Stalzer will drop down a bunt. This one slips foul down the third base line, and quickly 2 strikes to the second baseman for Marshalltown. Dylan, I really don't know what.
This is where Luke was able to pick up a single last time out. And with 1 out and 2 on, this is where, all right, are you going to swing away there?
Stalzer swinging on the 0-2, goes down, and particularly after that rough call, Dylan, I know it's one that you're going to think about, but in the moment you've got to just let it go, and you've got to focus on the next at-bat.
And the fact is, you take it all away. It's probably the right call. It's just what I'm saying is, like, just wonder like
how do you change it?
How they got there.
Yeah,
is very interesting. Now, Jay's up. Everything's been first for him, but this is a big moment. 2 for 2.
Pair of singles for the 8th grader making his first career start, and aggressive swings early in this one, and the Bobcats down to their final strike in game 1 of the doubleheader. Waterloo East looking to put this one away. Peters has been excellent on the mound.
Yep.
And he will pick up the strikeout to close the game. Logsdon goes down looking an off-speed pitch on the outer corner.
Yeah, that was a beautifully pitched game by Peters. So I've got him now. I've got him at 9, 10. I've got him at 12 strikeouts
That's what I've got
tonight, and I don't see him for any walks. That's a dominant start. Stupp was very, very good. Peters was great, and that was the difference.
Waterloo East takes game 1 of the doubleheader 3-1. Thank you for joining us, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for game 2. Bobcats will have to put that one behind them. Quick turnaround here tonight. Game 2 underway probably shortly after 7 o'clock. Brandon Lewis will join Dylan on the call. We'll see you right back here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, The Gregors Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency.
Safety! Dropped in the end zone. It's Niehaus. Feldman, that one will get in. That's a good point right there. A shot coming here. That's a goal. Lifted to left center field. Gets off the warning track into the wall. Transition three. Boom! Knocks that one down. And it's a goal. What a beautiful play. Dutton, look what I found over to first. It's a 3-on-1 all the way. Yes. There he goes.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School. Game number 2 of our doubleheader tonight as the Trojans took down the Bobcats 3-1 in game number 1. Xander Stupp pitched a really good game. As coming up, game number 2, Aiden Holmgren will take the bump as it's the Trojans and the Bobcats right here on KFJB-TV. Briesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board, and it's a stand-up double for Xander Stupp. Welcome into our radio coverage on News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and right here on KFJB-TV. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. All free, and turn on those upcoming game alerts so you don't miss any upcoming Bobcat action. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Does alongside me, our producer on site, David Braga, back at the radio studios, Jeff Brooks, and Keith Stewart, Joe Cornwell on our camera coverage. Well, a little bit of a dispute to the ending of game number 1, a little bit of a reverse call by the officials on a ball that was bunted down the first base line. Officials ended up changing the ruling. That took the Bobcat runners from second and third back to first and second, and it was a huge momentum shift, ending that game in the top of the 7th inning. Bobcats lose it by 2 runs. Dylan, what was kind of your thoughts on the way game 1 ended here tonight?
It was tough. I loved the fight from the younger group at the bottom of the lineup, but it came down to an interference call, but really, it came down to Peters struck out 12 Bobcats. The Bobcats just did not make enough contact in big situation, and the defense kind of left them at the bottom of the 6th, where East broke the 1-1 time, were able to score 2 runs. I thought Xander was really good. Peters for Waterloo East was great.
It's kind of an unfortunate ending for Xander Stupp, too, for the way, the Trojans scored a couple there in the bottom of the 6th, and Bobcats had their opportunity, but it kind of had it taken out of their hands there at the end of that one. And he's been kind of a tough luck loser, I guess, as the sports term goes this year on the losing side of the record this year. But, it hasn't because he's, necessarily let the team down out there when he's out on the bump.
No, he gave it everything they had, gave them every opportunity to win. One other person I want to shout out, first start at the varsity level, first time at the varsity level, Jalen Logston, the 8th grader playing in right field, had 2 putouts, but also was 2 for 3. Did end the game on a strikeout, but really played really well at the bottom of that lineup, but also in right field. Bobcats gave him a little bit of juice there. Hopefully the Bobcats have a little bit more life in those bats here in the second half of the Twin Bill.
Coming up, it is our Cat Connection, all brought to you by Tyler Pashong Agency, State Farm. We have that next, and our starting lineups and our keys to the game. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
At Greg Young Automotive, we go the extra mile for our customers across Iowa. Why do customers choose us and keep coming back? Because our commitment to exceptional service and satisfaction never wavers. With our extensive network of dealerships throughout Iowa, we leverage unbeatable pricing and offer a better inventory selection than other dealerships. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
The Cat Connection, sponsored by State Farm, mtownproud.com.
It is our Cat Connection. We're with JJ, a.k.a. John Schoenfelder for the Marshalltown Bobcats. I know you go by both, but when I asked you, you mentioned John. So is that a name handed down upon you?
Yeah. My dad was raised basically by my great grandfather. Okay. And so he named me after him, which is why I'm John Joseph Schoenfelder II, technically.
Wow, that's awesome. I like that story. So you play with your brother Lars. He's in center field. You've been out there in right that we've seen you a lot so far this year. I know you've kind of caught in the past, that kind of thing. What's it like to play with your brother out there on the field? Only as an 8th grader, but I know he's made some noise at the AAU level. He's played pretty well.
Yeah, he has done pretty well at playing for AAU travel team. But we used to play when we were younger, so it's kind of it's pretty similar. You know, the chemistry is really good. You know, we talk a lot. It's good. It's a fun experience.
Yeah. You were already named our player of the game one time this year, and just your heart, your effort out there, we can kind of see that through. Is baseball a big passion for your family? It seems like it is.
Yeah, it definitely is. My dad played for Marshalltown here under Coach Hansen when he grew up, and so now he's raising us to play the same sport we've been playing since we're 6 or 7 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know he's kind of taken a lot of pride in the Little League program here in town, too. And if people haven't seen it, drive by the fields, the new sponsorships, things like that. So how much does maybe your dad or your family, your mom kind of, make sure that you're giving back to your community like that?
Well, we go down all the time. We mow fields. We help in the concession stand when we can. Try and, rake the infield, kind of drag it, make sure it's all nice and even, ready for, the younger ages. Because that's really where the future of Marshalltown is in the younger kids and their experience and getting them to still come out in the future. Yeah.
Well, you're still the future of Bobcat Nation, I tell you, because you're only a sophomore, but you got a lot of playing time at linebacker during the football season. You're playing out here varsity for baseball. What's this sophomore season been like for you? I'm sure you can look back and feel like, man, I've really grown a lot, right?
Yeah, definitely. Last season, I had over 30 errors just on defense alone playing baseball, and you just gotta I had to come back, wipe it off. It's a new year, had to just do better. Play a new sport, wrestling too, football. There's a lot of off-season stuff. You gotta keep growing. Forget any mistakes and just remember the good stuff.
Yeah. And, Colton Hankey, new head coach last year. This is his 2nd year. How much more comfortable do you feel in that aspect, too, of having the same coach, kind of knowing the expectations for you guys?
Oh, it helps a lot. It's really amazing just, knowing, what he expects of you and, just what practice, every day is going to be and, what to expect from the season and just everything going in. The communication that he, has is amazing. He gives us times, what we're doing for practice, what to bring, everything. It's really been a great experience.
Yeah. All right, last question for you. What other activities, things like that, are you involved in during the school year?
Well, I do football, wrestling, baseball, track, and I recently am in FFA now. Okay. And, I don't know, just it helps to be involved in stuff throughout the year. It helps a lot. It keeps you busy.
Yeah. And out of trouble, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sure your dad wouldn't let you get in trouble, though.
No, he definitely wouldn't. No.
All right. Hey, thanks, and best of luck rest of the season.
Yep, thank you.
All right. That is John Schoenfelder on our Cat Connection. All brought to you by Tyler Pashong, State Farm Agency, mtownproud.com.
Like any good neighbor, sometimes you move. Here at Tyler Pashong State Farm, we have moved to our new office location at 2110 South Center Street here in Marshalltown. I'm Tyler Pashong. I'm so proud of my team and what we have helped build, but we couldn't have done it without you. We are passionate about what we do and care about the community we serve. I invite you to our new location and see how we can make a positive impact in your life.
We'd love to talk to you about what makes you
M-Town proud.
Make the equity in your home work for you with the home equity loan from Lennox Employees Credit Union. Crush high-interest credit card debt and make needed improvements to your home. You have the power to refinance and change your financial life. With the lower interest rate, repayment is more comfortable than paying those high credit card interest rates. The loan process is easy. See Lennox Employees Credit Union, 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender. Online at lennoxecu.com.
First pitch coming up right around the corner. Game number 2. Again, the Waterloo East Trojans won game number 1, 3-1, the final score. Let's get to tonight's starting lineups. All brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you while we deliver the starting lineups. First off for the Waterloo East Trojans, it'll be Maddox Harn. He'll lead things off. He is the starting pitcher in game number 2 here tonight against your Marshalltown Bobcats. Carries in a 2-4 record, 3.69 ERA in 30 1/3 innings pitched. Behind him, batting in the 2-hole here tonight, it will be Keegan McCraney. He is at first base, batting second. Batting third is Caleb Peters. He'll do the catching here tonight for Harn. Jonah Helmrichs is at the hot corner. Cade Kruzmark is in center field, batting fifth. Batting sixth is Phoenix Shipman. He's at shortstop. Keegan Aitchinson is at second base at the Keystone, batting seventh. Batting eighth is Jaden Williams. He's in left field. Chance Shaw is in right field, batting ninth for the 7-15 Waterloo East Trojans behind Dan Mast, head coach. Meanwhile, for Colton Hankey and the Marshalltown Bobcats tonight, 10-20 after the loss in game number 1. It'll be Sam Griesel to lead it off. He's at shortstop. J.J. Schoenfelder's in left, batting second. Batting third is Xander Stupp. He pitched in game number 1. He'll be at first base in game number 2. Batting fourth is Garrett Tatey. He'll catch again like he did in game number 1. Madden Martin is at the hot corner. Lars Schoenfelder in center. Aiden Holmgren, who's been on a nice stretch on the bump, he'll get the go in game number 2. He brings in, so far in the season, a 1-3 record, 8.02 ERA, and 18 1/3 innings pitched. Batting eighth is Luke Stalzer. He's in right field. He's actually being hit for by Bennett Ricken, who is the DH tonight, as Stalzer is in right field. And batting in the 9-hole. Actually, Stalzer, where is he at? Did they make a change to that? Is he in right field?
Stalzer is, and that's
at second base tonight.
I believe he's at second base. Yeah.
And Jalen Logston, who's batting ninth, he is going to be in right field. A little bit of a change there as we take a look at the starting lineups here tonight. All right, that's all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown as we now get to our keys to the game, which are all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. Dylan?
For the Bobcats, it's just got to be bigger bats. They just have not been able to get enough offense going, and it's not going to be easy with who they've got on the mound with 37 strikeouts. For the Trojans, I think you got to just maximize Bobcat miscues. Trojans struggled to hit as well, and that first game came down to a couple mistakes by the Bobcats that the Trojans were able to maximize, and it brought home the victory.
All right, that is our keys to the game, all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. As we wait for first pitch, let's take a look at a scoreboard update here tonight. All brought to you by Central State Bank. Discover what Central State Bank can do for you. Locations in Ames State Center and in West Des Moines.
Shout out to Brooksy back at the KFJB-TV studios. The Comets of BCLUW take out Collins Maxwell 7-5.
That is a scoreboard update. Again, all brought to you by Central State Bank. All right, we get a look at the starting pitcher here tonight. Maddox Harn in game number 2 for the Waterloo East Trojans. Alluded to his numbers. He's struck out 37 and walked 17. He's a senior this year with that 2-4 record with a 3.69 ERA. And you mentioned it, the big bats. And in game number 1, a 1-run scored, a single for Sam Griesel in the leadoff spot. But a few other singles. Bobcats had a few things going late in the game in the 7th, but you're right, just not able to push across those runs here tonight.
And one of the things Peters did, who's now behind the dish, they just switched positions, is he didn't walk anybody. He didn't give up any extra bases, just needling around. Bobcats had to earn each and every one.
First pitch is in, swinging strike for Sam Griesel. It is 0-1 in the count. Bobcats wearing the blue tops. White numbers outlined in red with the gray pants here in game number 2 as the lefty in Harn fires home. A breaking ball for a strike. Quickly 0-2 on Sam Griesel. Waterloo East in the orange tops, the Lou written across the front with the white bottoms. Harn on the 0-2 fires in. Here's a ball laced to first base. Caught by McCraney, flips it to his pitcher covering the bag. Harn is over there just to beat Griesel to the bag. That will be an unconventional 3-1 flip for out number 1 here in the top of the first inning, bringing up J.J. John Schoenfelder.
Yeah, that almost handcuffed him. He hit it right on the nose. Great job, athletic job by Waterloo East, by Harn being able to get over to first base in time.
Harn comes set. The southpaw fires home high on a breaking ball. 1-0 to John Schoenfelder. As J.J. Schoenfelder this year batting .179, 13 runs, 9 RBI, 6 of 6 stolen bags this year. The 1-0 swung on late and fouled down into Peters as he looks for the ball underneath of him. It's a 1-1 count.
He played a really good defensive game in that first game.
Out there in left field, has been pretty solid out there as he talked in the Cat Connection. The 1-1 on the way, swung and foul tipped in the backstop. Just about how he made a bunch of errors this last season, but he really worked on it and had to kind of clear his head and move into this year. And you can see that that's not just speak, it's actual truth. He's matched it out there on the field, played well defensively. 1-2 is in the dirt to home plate, 2-2.
Well, he looks like a completely different player when he's defensively anyways than he did last year. Much more confident on ball trajectory, where he needs to be, approaching it.
Off-speed pitch, waits on it, fouls it down the third base line towards the east dugout. So we'll do it all over again as down the right field line, sets up to be 315. Left field line as well, and 360 to dead on center field here at East High School, home of the Trojans. The 2-2 from Harn. It is popped up right side of the infield, working its way towards the outfield grass, and misplayed by McCraney. Out there at first base, over his glove that's going to be an E1 there, or E3. Dylan,
yeah,
I believe it just skimmed off his glove.
Yeah, bigger bats, maybe higher, hit balls, just get in the sun, whatever it is, however you can get on.
This sun is nasty out here. I mean, it's wide open, and you're kind of looking into it when you're over there on the right side.
Yeah, Harn does go a lot to that curveball, like Peters did earlier.
Check back to first. It's an overthrow. Schoenfelder's going to get up to go to second. He's got an opportunity to go to third. They're rounding him, and he will on the overthrow. The E1 will get J.J. Schoenfelder into third base. So who says you need a hit? 2 errors, and J.J. Schoenfelder standing on third.
You'll take it however you can.
Yeah.
Cats got their lone run in the top of the first in the first game. As Brandon's making sure I'm all right. I had a cord around.
Yeah, you were being strangled by the cord there for a second. I'm glad I saved your life. Here comes Xander Stupp stepping into the box, a right-handed batter against the left-handed pitcher in Harn. Fires in, bunt, good one, right back to Harn. He looks to home but will not throw. He fires to first, and out is Xander Stupp, as that will be a sacrifice bunt. And there are 2 away, but that will be an RBI for Xander Stupp as he drives in J.J. Schoenfelder.
And that is the definition of an unearned run. You get first base, should be an easy out, misplays it. Then you get a throw over that goes to the fence, get it to third base, all the way to third base, and then the senior Xander Stupp, with his 15th RBI of the year, does a great job of getting the bunt down. Bobcats up 1-0. Great execution.
Yeah, very good execution as Garrett Tatey stands. And it was just to the left of Harn. He had to get off the bump, and it wasn't enough time to fire home and have a good throw as the delivery is upstairs to Garrett Tatey. It's now a 2-0 count as the catcher tonight batting in the 4-hole for the Marshalltown Bobcats, batting .286 on the season. You'll watch his ball 3 is upstairs as well. So that run maybe has Harn a little bit rattled here in the top of the first. Bobcats struck in the top of the first in game number 1, but we're not able to add anything else on the scoreboard. The 3-0 upstairs as Tatey will work a walk, and that is a good way to approach the at-bat with 2 outs in the inning. Get yourself aboard and see what the 8th grader, Mad Martin, batting in the 5-hole can do. And now we have a pitching conversation as Dan Mast will make his way out here for the – actually, it's one of the assistants making his way out here as we have a courtesy runner for the catcher and Tatey. He caught in game number 1 and catching in game number 2. That's a lot. You need that courtesy runner as Cooper McLeod will run for him.
Yeah, Cooper wants to play too. Let him run. But you look at the quick conversation is you give up something, you can get rattled as a pitcher. Hey, you made good pitches, all this, and all of a sudden there's a run on the board. And then you come back with a 4-pitch walk. You're just going out to settle them down.
So this year, Cooper McLeod does have 6 runs as a courtesy runner. He's 0 for 8 at the plate, but get his speed on the base paths here is the 8th grader, Mad Martin, at the hot corner in game 2, stands in. And he'll take a first pitch strike on the inner half. That one waist high, a good pitch inside on Martin. Didn't have the best results, but I thought he took some decent at-bats in that first game.
I'd like to see him a little bit more aggressive early in counts.
Yeah, right there. Now you're down 0-2. He takes a breaking ball on the inner half.
Yeah, it's a little bit of the, you don't
want to be too patient.
No, you don't. Now you find yourself 0-2 and you go chasing.
And he fouls one off over our very own Keith Stewart down the first base line. And 0-2. We'll keep it going. Here is Cooper McLeod at first base for the Bobcats. 1 run in here in the top of the first inning. Martin waits. Southpaw comes set and fires home, and that one's low and in the dirt inside. Peters gloves it. Does eventually slip back as he was trying to grab it out of his glove and throw it back to his pitcher. So
Bobcats bench, it's bordering on raucous. It's a vocal group over there here tonight.
1-2 the count to the 8th grader and Mad Martin. Harn fires home out of the stretch. This one lifted well to right field. Backing up is Shaw, and he'll make the catch. Good contact, but it was right to Martin, right from Martin to Shaw out there in right field, and that's out number 3. Bobcats, no hits, but they do get a run. J.J. Schoenfelder helped out by a couple of errors and an RBI sacrifice bunt by Xander Stump. Cats lead it 1-0 head to the bottom of the first on KFJB-TV.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Well, Aiden Holmgren getting his warm-up pitches as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Bobcats leading 1-0 on a run for the Bobcats. There in the top of the first inning is Garrett Tatey catching for the Marshalltown Bobcats here in game number 2 as well, just like he did in game number 1. Looking at the lineup and field view for the Bobcats tonight. It'll be Mad Martin at the hot corner, Sam Griesel at short, Stalzer is at second base, Xander Stump is at first, J.J. Schoenfelder in left, Lars Schoenfelder in center field, and Logston is out there in right field for the Marshalltown Bobcats. So due up this inning, it'll be Maddox Harn, the pitcher tonight for the Trojans, followed by Keegan McCraney and Caleb Peters will bat this inning. Aiden Holmgren has had a few innings that's kind of blown up on him, but other than that, he's been pretty solid this year as the righty will fire home against the left-handed batter in Harn. And it's outside to the left-handed batter in Maddox Harn for ball number 1. He's batting 180, 14 runs, 3 RBI, 12 of 13 on the bases. 1-0 is going to hit on the outer half to Harn, 1-1 from Holmgren. What's his key here tonight? Get ahead early?
You got to get ahead early because, especially with Harn is somebody that will get on base, only batting 180, but his on base is 450. So he's going to get on anyway, but Holmgren was really good the other night against Ames in 3 2/3 inning, gave up no runs in the 6-4 loss to the Little Cyclones.
Takes the ball, now it's 2-1, and outside swinging away is Maddox Hard, and he whiffs over that one. It's now a 2-2 count from Holmgren, working very quickly.
That's what I love about Aiden. He just rocks and rolls. He does not mess around. Does shake off a pitch there, but here he comes, all arms and legs.
The 2-2, it is chopped to first base, and Xander Stepp on 2 hops, fields it. A U3 in your scorecard for out number 1, unassisted by the first baseman, as senior Xander Stepp bringing that one in. This will bring up Keegan McCraney. And I played outfield a lot, as well as a little bit of first base growing up playing baseball. And I'll tell you, I hated the pitchers who were always throwing over and taking their time. I love the guys who got moving quickly. I felt like I wasn't falling asleep out there.
I feel like playing third base, you want to stay in the action, stay in the game.
McCraney will lift one right back up the middle on a few hops. Lars Schoenfelder will field it and throw it back in. It's a single for Keegan McCraney with 1 out. In the bottom of the first inning, Caleb Peters, the catcher tonight, batting in the 3-hole, will step to the plate. He's batting .415, 15 runs, 19 RBI, 2 home run. He has 8 extra bases so far this year in total.
He was 1 for 2 in the first game, along with a walk.
Holmgren checks the runner at first, comes set out of the stretch, and he'll fire home. And that one's going to be upstairs. Ball 1 is Keegan McCraney. We talked a little bit about him as he stepped in there, as not too many stolen bases so far this year, so not a huge threat to run as he does wear the oven mitt on the left hand. You like the oven mitt look, Dylan?
I don't like the look. I like the function.
Well, 1-0 upstairs, 2-0 now from Holmgren to Peters.
If you've ever sprained a thumb or torn a ligament in a finger, it absolutely kills. So if you can wear an oven mitt out there and keep your fingers protected, it's probably a smart move.
2-0 on the way, and this one will be outside, 3-0.
Yeah, and this is really where you're talking about. You want to get ahead in the count. You don't want to fall behind. You've got a runner on. You want to make baseball as simple as possible. Try to keep the bases as clear as you can and keep attacking, being ahead of the count.
Check over at McCraney on first base, and that throw not in time. His step applied the tag. And McCraney will dig back in. Holmgren comes set out of the stretch, the 3-0. And that one will hit the strike zone on the inner half. Waist high to Peters, 3-1 count.
Now it's time to battle back. Stepp was able to do that a couple different times. They throw back over, and it's
past Xander Stepp at first base. Here goes McCraney over to second, and he'll round the bag and stay there. So an E1 right there gets McCraney over to second base on the overthrow over to first base. And it's still a 3-1 count to the batter at home plate in Peters, but a runner in scoring position at second now with just 1 down here in the bottom of the first. The Cats leading 1-0.
It's almost a carbon copy of the top half of the inning. They're a free base, then you get a throw over air and get somebody in scoring position.
Holmgren outside on the 3-1, and that will walk Peters. And it'll bring up Jonah Helmrichs.
Colton Hankey almost thought he was going to come out and talk. He didn't. He came out of the dugout just to yell out to Aiden, just like, hey, let's calm down, let's rock and roll. There's still double play opportunities here with runners on first and second, only 1 out.
Helmrich stands in. He's playing third base, batting in the 4-hole. Holmgren out of the stretch. And the first pitch is low and in the dirt. Tatey picks it up. It is 1-0. Helmrich so far this season for the Trojans, batting .268, 7 runs, 12 RBI. Does have 2 home runs on the season. Holmgren will check back lightly. A little lollipop back to second base. That overthrow probably sneaking in the back of his head, right?
Well, and I don't think Stalzer was all that close to second base when he spun
no,
back
that
there.
is.
Stalzer had to come back.
That is for sure. 1-0 count on Helmrichs. And Holmgren will fire home. And it's just a touch upstairs, 2-0.
And this is really what this is not what you want. He's fallen behind in counts. This is something he did not do in his couple previous
There's a
opportunities.
good pitch to get back in on the inner half, about thigh high to Jonah Helmrichs, 2-1.
This right now, this is the meat of the lineup. This is where Waterloo has scored a majority of their runs this year, though in Game 1, a lot of that problem happened at the bottom third.
Off-speed pitch by Holmgren on the inner half. Helmrichs takes for a strike, 2-2. Good breaking ball right there, Dylan.
Yeah, he was able to drop it in for a strike. It's always nice when you get people chase that curveball, but if you can throw for strikes too, that's just an added weapon.
2-2 out of the stretch, and the breaking ball misses just a little bit inside, according to the home plate umpire, 3-2. So runners at first and second for the Trojans in the bottom of the first inning. McCraney's at second. Peters is at first. Helmrichs at the plate on a full count delivery from Aiden Holmgren, the freshman. Will fire home. Runners take off. Swing and a miss and a strikeout for Holmgren. 2 away.
That was a big pitch. Went back to the curveball, and that's the difference. You get those tight counts, but if you can throw a curveball for a strike, it is such a huge weapon there. And he's all arm. I joked off air that he's like a praying mantis almost pitching. It's all arms and legs and elbows and knees, that there's a lot of things to look at before the ball even comes out of his hand.
Nolan Fallsgraf will come in to run for the catcher in Peters, who is at second base, so a courtesy runner. First pitch of the at-bat outside. Tatey has to get out of his crouch and go to his left to make the catch. It's a first pitch ball to Cade Kruzmark, the starting center fielder in game number 2. He's batting .278, 3 runs, 3 RBI this year. 1-0 on the way. And there's a breaking ball. Breaking in towards the left-handed batter in Kruzmark from the right-handed pitcher in Holmgren, and it's a 1-1 count with 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Runners at second and third for the Trojans as Holmgren out of the windup. And a ball fouled off behind home plate. That'll skip all the way down the street.
Yeah, that's going to hit Hope City Church on the other side of the parking lot there.
1-2 now after the foul ball. Holmgren has a chance to get out of the bottom of the first unscathed. Here's the 1-2 and the breaking ball in the dirt. Good stop by Tatey behind home plate. It's a 2-2 count now.
Yeah, was able to get his chest protector in front of it. This is a big moment. 2-2 count, two out, 2 in scoring position.
Kruzmark waits and reaches out, lifts one into right field. That'll take one hop in front of Logsdon. He'll throw it back in. They hold the runner at third, but in to score is Keegan McCraney, and we're knotted up 1 apiece in the bottom of the first inning, as it will be an RBI single for Cade Kruzmark.
Are you surprised he held him at third?
I am a little bit, but especially with there being 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, you would think that guy from second, the moment it gets going, you should be on a dead sprint. I think I was surprised they held him, because usually with 2 outs, you're not worrying about anything.
Yeah, I didn't see his takeoff, so I'm not sure if it was a little delayed, if he wasn't just running. I'm assuming the coaches would have been telling him that, right?
Yeah, it looked like it might have been close, but
yeah,
I'm not mad at it.
Phoenix Shipman will stand in, the 6-hole hitter at shortstop for the Trojans. A light check back over to first base on Kruzmark. Yes, Holmgren will keep Kruzmark honest over there. Runners at the corners. Sure, not too worried about the runner here for Holmgren. Just trying to get the out. And steps off the rubber. Fakes like he's going to throw to first and over to third as Martin makes the catch. Checking the runner over there in Graf.
You can tell Holmgren's not real confident in his move over there. It's more of a it's more just checking a box because it's not a real quick move either way.
First pitch of the at-bat here for Phoenix Shipman, and it will be delayed. A check back at first. Not in time on cruise mark.
It's a boisterous Waterloo per usual.
Why are you whispering? Phoenix Shipman at the plate takes a ball low in the dirt, and the runner Kruzmark takes off, and he'll steal second base. And Shipman with that 1-0 count. Things got a little chippy in game number 1 as well.
And most was the proximity to my left ear.
1-0. Holmgren out of the windup now with runners at second and third in a tie ball game. Here's the 1-0. Off-speed pitch. Big swing and a miss by Shipman, 1-1.
That curveball's been his best pitch, and Aiden's already back at the bump. He's ready to roll. He's not wasting time. He's not crocheting any sweaters. He's going straight.
And the 1-1 will miss just inside as Shipman was kind of stepping into that pitch, actually. It's 2-1 now.
Shipman
you do have to move out of the way.
Yeah, Shipman did get hit in the head last game, so.
Yeah. Got a little PTSD. Here's the ball into right field. This one over the head, misplayed by Logsdon. He ran in too far. 2 runs will score, and that will be a 2 RBI double for Phoenix Shipman. Not officially an error, but definitely misplayed right there. So 2 RBI. As Fallsgrad, the courtesy runner for Peters, comes in to score as well as Cade Kruzmark, who was standing at second base. It's 3-1 Trojans in the bottom of the first inning. And here comes head coach Colton Hankey with a little mound visit. We'll take a quick timeout. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Marshalltown's Red, White, and Blue celebration is a great time for fun, food, music, and community. July 3rd kicks things off with the Car Cruise-In at 13th Street District and the Iowa Veterans Home Grounds. Enjoy great food and live music with the Brazilian Twins. The 4th of July parade starts a celebration that continues all day with fun activities. The night wraps up with live music by Dirty Rotten Scoundrels and fireworks. July 3rd and 4th celebrate our independence with the Marshalltown tradition.
Do you dream of a career in healthcare that makes a difference? Marshalltown Community College offers a variety of programs to fit your calling. From nursing and medical assisting to dental programs, we provide a nurturing environment with exceptional instructors dedicated to your success. Our simulation labs prepare you for real-world situations. Explore your healthcare path. Find out more at MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com.
Well, Aiden Holmgren, after a meeting on the mound, still out on the bump. 1-0, delivery, and a ball ripped to left field down the line. Here's J.J. Schoenfelder. He'll make the catch, and that will be out number 3 of the inning. So after the meeting, it pays off. And the Trojans do strand a runner on the base paths, but they do drive in 3, including a big 2 RBI double. Misplayed by the Bobcat right fielder Logsdon. And the Bobcats do finally get out of it as Atkinson will line out to left field for out number 3. We head to the second. It's Trojans 3, Bobcats 1 on KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Dose alongside me tonight. 2 up, Lars Schoenfelder, Aiden Holmgren, Luke Stalzer's DH man. Bennett Ricken will bat for him in the 8-hole here tonight in game number 2. It's 3-1. Both teams have made an error as Bobcats have committed 1. Trojans have committed 2. as the Trojans have the lead heading into this top of the second inning, and that's the biggest thing is errors just really costing the Bobcats. They should have had 2 errors that inning, but technically in your scorecard you do rule it a double, but a couple of innings, a couple of errors really costing both teams runs.
The biggest mistake was not an error, like you said, and it really, I think, came down to just not being used to playing a lot of right field, is the way the ball tails is different, and he overran it and kind of tailed back on him and over his head.
Our Schoenfelder, 6th hole batter, will take strike 2 as he took a breaking ball. Strike number 2 right there as he bats against Maddox Harn, starting pitcher in game 2 for the Trojans, and the 0-2 is low and inside, 1-2.
And the big thing is that Harn, along with Peters in game 1, they will throw a lot of off-speed stuff, and then that fastball just pops.
And a ball just outside. It's now a 2-2 count to Lars Schoenfelder, the 8th grade.
Lars has got a really good eye. He understands the plate, has good discipline there.
And he wisely watches on ball 3, upstairs and outside. Batting .286 in his 8th grade year, 11 runs, 11 RBI, and 7 for 7 stolen bases. Pretty impressive for an 8th grader to be putting up those kind of numbers. The 2-2, and that one will be, the 3-2, that one will be just a touch high. And Lars Schoenfelder down 0-2 in the count, works a walk.
He does a couple things that you wouldn't expect from an 8th grader. 1, he's very good defensively, and 2, he understands plate discipline as well as anyone on the team. He knows where the strike zone is. He really has a good sense of that.
So bring up Aiden Holmgren, 7-hole hitter, the pitcher for the Bobcats in game number 2. 3-2 on the way. Schoenfelder faked like he was going to take off for second, but eventually turned his way back.
Love that Aiden's going after that first pitch, not resting. Don't get yourself, go down by being aggressive, going after that first pitch.
Check back at first base on Lars Schoenfelder. It is not in time.
That left-handed advantage when you're throwing over to first base, you don't have to turn, you just open up.
Harn upstairs, it's 1-1 after Holmgren fouled off that first pitch into the backstop that he saw from Harn. Harn coming set, fires home, 1-1, swung on and just over top of it for Holmgren, 1-2. A little bit of action. Luke Stalzer warming up down the right field line in the bullpen for the Bobcats.
He warmed up a couple times in game 1, so he should be good and loose.
Harn, a lot of interest in Schoenfelder at first. Schoenfelder takes off. They'll throw down. The pitch is high. It's 2-2. They tag, but the ball is out of the glove of the second baseman in Atkinson, and so that one gets into center field. It's a stolen bag for Lars Schoenfelder, and now 7 of 7 stolen bag-wise on the season.
If Peters could have got that just a couple inches closer to the base, I think he would have had him all day long. He put it right there.
8 for 8, excuse me. Now an off-speed pitch into the dirt, gets to the backstop, and Lars Schoenfelder over to third on the wild pitch. That was going to be a tough stop for Peters in the backstop as that one hit a few, about a foot maybe in front of home plate right there. And the breaking ball just kind of lost it. So now it's a full count to Aiden Holmgren as both the 6 and 7 hole hitters working full counts against Harn.
Great job by the lower the count Bobcats.
And out of the windup, fires in a strike and a swing and a miss by Aiden Holmgren. 1 out in the inning. Runner 90 feet away, and Lars Schoenfelder. That'll be strikeout number 1 on the night by Maddox Harn, who carries in those 37 strikeouts, now 38 on the season. By the way, 8 of 8 this year for Lars Schoenfelder, stolen bag-wise. First pitch ball is into Bennett Ricken, who is DHing tonight for Luke Stalzer. Ricken just 0 for 3 in his freshman year. He went 0 for 6 as an 8th grader last year. Third base is charging in Helmerichs, but Lars Schoenfelder was going back to third base.
Showed bunt on that one.
Yep.
They did score their score a run there in the first inning off a sac bunt.
Yeah. Xander Stump putting down a nice one. Ricken offers. Check back to third base. The throw is off the mark. Schoenfelder's got to get up. The ball sneaking past. Schoenfelder's going to come home. Here comes the throw. The tag can't be applied. The throw's off the line. And Lars Schoenfelder scores on the overthrow. An error brings him in. And the Bobcats are back within one. 3-2.
If that was a good throw, he was donezo at third base. They snuck in behind him. Lars came way too far down the line, but the Bobcats are lucky, and they claw back within one run.
So Stalzer misses on the bunt right there. He's got a 1-2 count. Lars Schoenfelder didn't know that the ball got so far past, but allowed him to score. Here's the 1-2. Off-speed pitch is a touch high. 2-2 to Bennett Ricken.
Bennett doesn't seem to be attacking. Here you see it there as the throw to home base up the line. No chance. Lars scores.
2-2, upstairs swing and a miss by Bennett Ricken, and strikeout number 2 of the inning and the game for Maddox Harn. 2 away, and this will bring up Jalen Logston.
Going to see a lefty-lefty. You don't see a lot of that here at the high school level. We don't get to see a lot of lefty on lefty.
And the first pitch is a breaking ball in the dirt to Logston, 1-0. Two down here in the top of the second inning. Here's the 1-0 upstairs, and Logston backs away in that left-handed batter's box. 2-0 as he kind of squints, looking down to head coach Colton Hankey in the third base coach's box. Here's the 2-0. Leans back again. It's inside. 3-0.
The major difference outside of being lefted right-handed, both Peters and Harn strike out a lot of people. Harn struggled a lot more with his location here tonight than Peters did in game one after he struck out 12 cats en route to a 3-1 Trojans win.
Logston waiting all the way on that strike. It's 3-1, and now it's 3-2 as Harn goes back outside to the batter in Jalen Logston. And that's a full count now. Here's the delivery. Swing and a miss by Logston. Behind on it. That'll be out number 3. 3 straight strikeouts to get out of the inning, but Lars Schoenfelder with a walk, a stolen bag, a wild pitch, and an error, and he comes in to score. And the Bobcats trail by just 1 run now, 3-2, as we go to the bottom of the second on KFJB-TV.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
Scoreboard update tonight, all brought to you by Central State Bank.
We have a final with BCLUW 7, Collins Maxwell 5. In the second inning, Colonesco leads North Tama 2-0. Newton and Winterset are tied at 0 after 2 innings. Dike New Hartford up on Jessup 6-0. That's at the end of second. And then one directional Marshall County School leads another directional Marshall County School 1-0 in the bottom of the first. And I will not tell you who's who.
GMG?
Oh, Brooksy's alma mater is up on my alma mater 1-0. As we're staring into the
Can't
surface
that be said
of
a
the
lot
sun.
these days?
It can be.
Sorry, Mustang fans.
And more so than it used to in my day. So.
Yep. Jaden Williams, Chance Shaw, Maddox Harn due up for the Trojans in the bottom of the second inning against Aiden Holmgren. Mixed bag there in the first. Couple of errors. Well, one error and then a misplayed ball did not help his case. But had some good command and good fluidity out there on the mound, I thought. I mean, just the way he works out there as he throws in a first pitch ball to Jaden Williams, 1-0 to left fielder.
Works with good pace, but also was able to throw the curveball for strike in the middle of the back on that one.
It was a The breaking ball broke right into the middle of the 7 on the back of Jaden Williams as he hustles down the first base line.
And we have a mound visit. It just feels like Colton's not going to take a long time to make decisions here. As it looks like, I think we're getting a pitching change as Luke Stalzer will probably be coming in.
And we will take a timeout for a pitching change here on KFJB-TV. It is 3-2 in the bottom of the first inning.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
As the Marshalltown Bobcats make a pitching change, is it time to change your air filter? Well, check out the planned service programs from Effington Heating and Cooling that helps ensure your heating and cooling systems are ready to go. Effington Heating and Cooling, they're not comfortable until you are. Into the game for the Marshalltown Bobcats, that'll be Luke Stalzer. He's warmed up a couple times here tonight, finally into our match. 0-3 record with a 6.87 ERA and 17 and a third innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, 16 walks, and that'll close the book on Aiden Holmgren. Just goes an inning here tonight for the Bobcats with 1 strikeout, as he did allow 3 runs to cross the plate. Runner at first would go down in the stat line for him here tonight, as he did give up 3 hits as well. So Luke Stalzer in. Xander Stupp moves from first to second, and Aiden Holmgren off the bump over to cover the bag at first base.
Big thing for Luke here is you saw those numbers, 12 strikeouts, 16 walks.
Hot shot between short and third off the bat of Chance Shaw, the 9-hole hitter. That'll get in. John Schoenfelder out there in left field throws it back in. It's a single for Chance Shaw. That moves Jaden Williams over to second base. So a couple things going now for the Trojans in the bottom of the second inning, already leading 3-2.
Yeah, this is the big thing for the Cats. You cannot find yourself down. Luke is going to have to find a way to get out of this as much unscathed as he can, because the Cats aren't an offense that are one to come back down 3, 4, 5 runs. You've got to keep this game tight.
First pitch of the at-bat to Maddox Hard. He is showing bunt with runners at second and third. And he'll step away as he'll call for time. I think Luke Stalzer was also stepping off the rubber, as well as head coach Colton Hankey calling out a play defensively there, seeing the bunt.
Yeah, when Luke's turned to home plate, he saw the bunt and he just stepped off to reorient himself.
Now the first pitch of the at-bat to Hard. He's going to swing away. This one lifted to center field. Read really well by the 8th grader and Lars Schoenfelder. He ranges to his right and retires Maddox Hard on the flyout. As Hard got a good piece of that, but read well off the bat by Lars Schoenfelder.
He just reads everything off the bat really, really well. He understands it. He plays much like a player much older than himself. You talk to JJ a lot about growing up in a baseball-loving home and how you played very young. You can tell he's played a lot of baseball.
Keegan McCraney will dig in. A base knock and a run scored last inning. 2-hole hitter at the plate with runners at first and second. One out, check back to second. The throw is past Xander Stupp, and Williams is going to go to third, and he'll be held there as the runners move up 90 feet. Williams to third, Shaw is to second, and that is not a good time to have yourself an E1 right there as that throw just off the mark for the Bobcats.
And this is one that just perpetually frustrates me, is because how many times have we seen that throwing over has caused runners to hold, has caused them, you're able to pick them off, versus how many times have we seen errors thrown over there, and it puts us in a bad advantage as another hit batsman here.
Keegan McCraney is hit by the pitch, and he's going to hustle down the first base line. So second batter hit here in the inning, and the bases are now loaded with just one away. And Caleb Peters, who walked and scored in the first, digs in for the second time tonight, the 3-hole hitter.
Yeah, this is not what you want. If you're Bobcat fans watching in the comfort of your own home, it is.
Where the AC's on.
Yeah, it's actually once that sun.
When that sun is not beating on you, it's pretty nice.
It's not too bad.
Yeah. Got our best day of the week for a doubleheader of baseball here tonight on KFJB. Stolzer out of the stretch. Swing and a miss. Peters was swinging for 350 down the left field line, but it'll end up in just a strike.
He was looking for home run number 3, 4, and 5 on that swing.
Here's the 0-1, and that one's bounced home by Stolzer, 1-1.
Tady's done a really nice job of keeping everything in front of him here tonight.
Peters stands in. Base is again loaded with just one out here in the bottom of the second inning, and an off-speed pitch. Stolzer fires in a much-needed strike. It's 1-2 on Peters.
Yeah, that's really the first time he threw that curveball there and had Peters just kind of frozen.
Sophomore, and Stolzer steps off the rubber as he was coming set. And now we'll get back on the rubber. Comes set out of the stretch, the 1-2. And that one, an off-speed pitch just outside, just missing 2-2 down to Peters.
That's where the angle of where we're sitting kind of negatively affects us. It must be just a little bit off the plate.
Yep. 2-2 from Stolzer. And bounce to home plate. To the backstop it goes. Titty trying to track it down. Williams from third is in to score. 4-2 Trojans now lead on the wild pitch from Luke Stolzer.
And these are just the mistakes. The keys of the game for Waterloo East was maximize on Bobcat miscues, and Trojans have done just that. Bobcats have made mistakes in both the bottom of the first and bottom of the second, resulting in 4 Trojan runs.
Full count now, 3-2 to Peters, and that one's going to hit Peters on the left shoulder and load the bases right back up.
That's a third hit batter for the Cats. Second for Stolzer. He has 9 on the year.
Yeah. Were any Trojans hit in game number 1? I can't remember.
Yes, 1. All
right.
Xander had a curveball that didn't curve, and it took Phoenix Shipman, got him in the head. It sounds worse than it was.
4 tonight, and that's now 49 hit batters this year for the Bobcat pitchers.
And if you want to know at home if that's good or bad, that is a terribly large number.
Still just one out here in the bottom of the second inning in a 4-2 game, and the first pitch of the at-bat is outside to the 4-hole hitter in Jonah Helmrichs. A strikeout victim back in the first.
And this is where Luke has struggled a lot with his control this year. Those 16 walks, those 9 hit batsmen.
1-0. It is drilled down the left field line, almost getting all of this, and I believe he might have, as Helmrichs to the wall out there in left field. 2 runs are in to score. It's a 2 RBI double for Jonah Helmrichs down the left field line all the way to the wall. And the Trojans now lead 6-2 in the bottom of the second inning.
That was just unloaded down the left field line. He smashed it. He's got big power as Colton Hankey's going to come out. Is he going to talk or is he going to change? We're not quite sure yet, but as Colton Hankey goes to the mound, Waterloo East up 6-2 on your Bobcats.
Chance Shaw and Keegan McCraney come in to score. Caleb Peters stands at third base on the double from Jonah Helmix, who stands at second. So 3 runs in the first, now 3 here in the second for the Trojans. 6-2, your count. And Cade Cruzmark, who had a single and a run scored the first, is going to be due up next.
And they just sprinted out just to get warmed up. Cats did number 34, Bennett Ricken, who has been DH and is now quickly getting ready as Colton Hankey went out to talk, but also give Bennett an opportunity to start loosen up.
Ricken has only pitched 1 inning this year so far. But I know his dad pitched.
And caught as well.
Played at BVU, I believe.
Yep.
So just 1 out, and runners at second and third for the Trojans as the left-handed batter in Cruzmark stands at the plate. A pop-up left side of the infield called for by Griesel, and there's 2 away in the inning. So Cruzmark sends one to Sam Griesel at shortstop for out number 2, and this will bring up Phoenix Shipman. Well, the meeting out there on the mound from head coach Colton Hankey paid off, resulting in an out right away. Yeah. Shipman, double and 2 RBI back in the first inning. Stalzer fires home on the first pitch, fouled out of play behind home plate, and it's a first pitch strike into Phoenix Shipman. 280, 10 runs, 11 RBI. Adding to that already here tonight. Stalzer comes set, fires home on the 0-1. It is ripped to Madden Martin, but it takes a bad hop. And he wasn't quite going to be there in time anyway. And 2 runs will come in to score as Caleb Peters scores. And behind him, Helmrich sliding into home plate safely as he scores from second. So 4 RBI now for Phoenix Shipman. This time on just a single as he rips one past Madden Martin at third base. 8-2 now the count as the Trojans adding on to their lead here in the bottom of the second inning. Keegan Aitchison will dig in. Fly out to left field in his first at-bat. First, a check back to first base as Phoenix Shipman will advance to second on an overthrow. Stalzer off the mark, and Holmgren had to go track that one down in the right field line.
I feel like old man yelling at clouds a little bit with the amount of throwovers that result in errors.
Yep. And that'll be an E1 in your scorecard as Shipman now stands at second with 2 down in the bottom of the second inning. 5 runs in already this inning. It's 8-2 the count. Bobcats trailing on the road in game number 2 after losing 3-1 in game number 1 tonight of our doubleheader. Stalzer set for quite a while here as Atkinson is digging in at home plate, and the pitch is into the dirt by Stalzer underneath Tatey. Into the backstop it goes. So a wild pitch again here this inning will result in a runner in Shipman moving over to third base. So Atkinson at the plate with a 1-0 count. 1-0 count. Stalzer fires now, and that will back Atkinson off the plate 2-0.
Yeah, struggling right now to find the strike zone, and when he does, he's finding bats. Bobcats giving up crooked numbers in both bottom half of the first 2 innings.
And that one might have clipped Atkinson, and it did, and that is the 4th hit batter of the inning. And the Trojans will bat around here in the bottom of the second inning. Runners at the corners now, first and third. And Jaden Williams led off the inning, hit by a pitch.
He's got a good cheering section here tonight. He's been the loudest roar that we've heard.
Stalzer out of the stretch. Now he comes set. 2 down in the inning, looking for something to get out of it. Williams, a big swing and a miss. Check back to third. Martin catches it. Back to home plate. Tatey applies the tag and safe. Looked like the runner charging from third base and Shipman just kind of did a little bit of a hop at the last second to try to avoid that tag at home plate. So Tatey misses. And that's now the 6th run to cross the plate as Shipman scores, making it 9-2.
Yeah, it looks like Tatey went for the tag thinking of a slide, and he just went right over it.
Well, the first pitch, strike there as Williams was swinging big. And they almost got that runner at third, but Trojans able to evade the throw. And the tag, here's the 0-1, and backing out of the way is Jaden Williams. It's now 1-1 count.
Yeah, this is close of a matchup it was in game number 1 where it was 1-1 going in the bottom of 6. Tonight is a totally different. Second one's a totally different story. Is that lollipops and never curves.
Yeah, inside to Williams, backs him off the plate again. Aitkenson is standing at second base with a good lead. And a 2-1 count for Williams with 2 down here in the bottom of the second inning. Stalzer fires home, and it's low as it dusts up the dirt. As Tatey does make the stop. It's 3-1 to Williams. Shadows really starting to take effect on the field of play now. And Stalzer fires 3-1 upstairs, and it's a walk.
And you really feel like it's all about how can we get Bennett warmed up in time, because it looks Kalo Hankey's going to make the change, it looks like, as quickly as possible.
So Colton Hankey is out for the Bobcats, head coach, as the Trojans batting around here in the bottom of the second inning. There's still 2 outs, our second pitching change of the second inning when we come back. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Pitching change tonight, all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. We'll tell you who's into the game to pitch once we can decipher what's going on. There's a big huddle in the mound. We've already seen a few players go to different positions, but not quite sure. And it might be Garrett Tatey coming into the game to pitch, or Bennett Ricken is sprinting in from the bullpen now, so I believe he will be the one to enter into the game potentially, as he was the one warming up out down the right field line.
I think Bennett was the last one to know. They had to run out there. Nick Rebick had to run out there and say, no, it's you. And so he sprinted in. Tonight was just a tough night for Luke on the bump. Tough night for me, as I called our own head coach, Colton Caleb. So we're all struggling here tonight.
4 hits, 2/3 of an inning pitched. 4 runs will go down towards Aiden Holmgren tonight. 5 runs allowed by Luke Stalzer, and a couple of base runners as he exits the game. Those would go down on his final stat line tonight. As no strikeouts for Luke Stalzer. So far this inning, 4 batters hit by pitches.
That is
it's kind of the name of the game
good.
so far. Yeah. And a couple of big hits, including a 2 RBI double by Jonah Helmerich.
Yeah, it's just not been it's hard when you can't get pitches over. And then just to get pitches over, you have to kind of groove them a little bit because you don't have control. And then when you have to groove it a little bit, then it becomes beach balls, and beach balls are easy to hit.
That is for sure. Well, the lights turned on here at Waterloo East High School. Shadows trying to make their way onto the field of play. Pretty much all of center field is in the shadows. A few peaks of sunshine in right and left field, including near home plate and near second base, but a big shadow between third and first. So as the sun works its way down to our west, 9-2 our count. We're still waiting on the pitching change here in the bottom of the second inning. We still don't have a new pitcher into the game.
And Colton Hankey is either gregariously pointing out where they're moving everyone, or he's asking some questions.
So now we have Luke Stalzer coming out, or Lars Schoenfelder coming out of the game. And I'm not sure if he's going to warm up or if he's coming in to pitch.
I think he's coming in. I think he's switching it up to play shortstop because now Sam Griesel is on the mound.
All right.
Just as we said. This all comes down to Sam Griesel pitching, ladies and gentlemen.
Sam Griesel, 2-3 record this year, 7.35 ERA, 19 strikeouts, 13 walks, 20 innings pitched.
And that's why Lars is switching gloves, because that means he will now move to shortstop, which Luke Stalzer switching gloves, which means he will more than likely be in the outfield.
Looks like Luke Stalzer has moved into center field.
And don't worry, Brandon and I are staying in the same position.
We are. Right here, tucked in between the Waterloo East fans, who were chippy earlier when it was a close game, but now that it's 9-2, everyone has become a little more friendly. These are two teams that traditionally have had a few.
I will always say
a few rough-ups over the years.
The only game I've ever called where a grandma got kicked out of the basketball arena was us in Waterloo East. So.
And we had cartwheels after that, I believe, as well. So
had a lot of close ones. Always fun to play.
Last year at home, I wasn't there because it was on Phoebe's birthday on January 31st. A great game. Bobcats won it, but boy, it
was feisty.
It was feisty.
It was feisty.
Some passionate fans.
And
as the music turns off.
Even at basketball, if you know where we sit right behind the opposing fans. So
we get it. We get it all.
We broadcast at home as if we're on the road. Why? That's what we do.
It's a great view, though, in the roundhouse, I'll tell you. First pitch of the at-bat, it is popped up and out of play behind home plate, as that will hit the tent that they were taking admission at. No one is no longer there, as Chance Shaw lifts the first pitch he sees from Sam Griesel out of play, 0-1. Runners at first and second. Hope we haven't lost you about where we're at right now. 9-2, bottom of the second inning. Hopefully we haven't lost Dylan either. Here's the 0-1, and it's upstairs 1-1.
No, I know where we're at, but throw goes back and over Griesel's head, but gets back. One thing you're looking here, if you're Waterloo East with Chance Shaw, now that Xander's holding him on at second and Aiden's playing straight up behind first base, there's a lot open on that right side.
Chopper to Martin at third, tags the bag, and that will get the Bobcats out of the inning as Chance Shaw on the fielder's choice sends one to Madden Martin, and he tags out the lead runner in Atkinson for out number 3. But the Trojans bat around in the second. They add 6 more runs. It's now 9-2. We head to the top of the third when we come back on News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and right here on KFJB-TV.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
Nine to 2 our scores. We head to the top of the third inning. Bobcats in a big hole after a 6-run bottom of the second inning. But we'll close the book here tonight on Luke Stolzer. 2 2/3 gives up 5 runs for the Marshalltown Bobcats in relief of Aiden Holmgren, our starting pitcher here tonight. 4 batters hit by a ball that inning, which really aided in the run scoring there for Waterloo East, including 2 errors made by the Bobcat defense. Bobcats, no hits tonight, but they do have 2 runs scored. A walk and an error helped create those runs, as J.J. Schoenfelder and Lars Schoenfelder have scored here tonight. The little brother connection going on. Bobcats top of the lineup due up. Sam Griesel just entered on the mound there in the bottom of the second inning, got the Cats out of it. And he'll stand in for the first pitch. An off-speed pitch from Harn, just a touch high, 1-0.
And that's really the difference so far in these first 2 games, is Harn's curveball is a lot slower than Peters is, and his fastball is about the only thing he's consistently been able to get over.
Griesel rips a foul ball down the third base line on 1 count. And the 1-1 is upstairs for a ball, 2-1.
Sam does a good job of getting on base.
Chopper left side of the infield, glove by Helmerichs over to first base, throws high, but coming down on the bag is McCraney for the 5-3 ground out for out number 1 here in the top of the third inning on Sam Griesel. So couple of ground outs for Sam Griesel, and this will bring up John Schoenfelder. Reached on an error, got to third on an error, and eventually came in to score on an RBI sacrifice bunt by Xander Stupp. First pitch of the at-bat by Harn is in for a strike to Schoenfelder, 0-1.
A really good athletic play over there at first base, able to get up off the ground and find the footing, find the bag again on the way down.
0-1, an off-speed pitch as Schoenfelder a little fooled. It's quickly 0-2. Xander Stupp is on deck. He'll bat this inning as well. Harn working quickly, the 0-2 outside for a ball, 1-2. Do have to say the KFJB-TV crew looking very good here tonight as Harn fires home 1-2, swing and a miss. And down goes Schoenfelder on strikes, and that is strikeout number 4 of the night for Maddox Harn as he ended the second inning with 3 straight strikeouts to get out of that inning. So bring up Xander Stupp as there are 2 away here in the top of the third inning. Harn fires home, off-speed breaking ball, works its way in for strike 1 as Stupp is looking, but you, David, and I all wore light shorts with darker blue polos. And I got to say, we are the best-looking portion of our bunch here tonight as the strike is fired into Harn.
I would agree with that.
Here's the 0-2, and that one's going to be upstairs and outside, 1-2.
I have letters
and
of
we all
support.
have a little bit of a different shade of blue on here tonight.
Yeah, I've gone more of the royal blue.
1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2 now. So, yeah, David's got the dark blue on. I've got a fairly dark blue. It's just a little bit of a different shade.
With some birds on it.
Yeah, you're right. You're the first person to guess what's on my shirt right. I get a lot of comments.
None of them right.
It's a golf shirt. 2-2. A breaking pitch jammed inside on Xander Stupp. A pop-up right back to Maddox Harn as he ranges in off the mound. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Maddox Harn as Xander Stupp pops up to the pitcher to end the top of the third. We go to the bottom of the third. Cats at a big hole, 9-2 on KFJB-TV.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
9-2 our score as the Marshalltown Bobcats trailing on the road to the Waterloo Trojans. Sam Griesel out for his first full inning of work as he faced one batter in Chance Shaw and got him to ground into a fielder's choice to get out of the bottom of the second inning. So it's been a tough go of it tonight for the Marshalltown Bobcats starting pitchers. Aiden Holmgren, 1 inning, 3 hits, 4 runs, and 1 strikeout. 2 and 2/3 of an inning for Luke Stalzer. Gave up those 3 hits and 5 runs there in the second inning. So we'll see if the senior Sam Griesel can get things going as the Trojans battered around in the third. So it's the top of the lineup due up here. Harn, McCraney, and Peters.
And really, that middle, that 2 and 3 batters have both scored each time up in the first 2 innings. It really comes down to the Cats to have success here for Sam. It all starts with being able to keep the leadoff hitter Harn off the bag, off the bases.
Griesel out of the windup to get the bottom of the third underway, and a chopper off the bag at third base. I believe they're going to rule this one fair down the line past Madden Martin, and that will be a leadoff single by Maddox Harn here in the bottom of the third.
And that's one of those. That's a really difficult play. Third base is you've got to be quick as a cat and be anticipating it because that was right over the base.
Mm-hmm. Keegan McCraney so far tonight is single and hit by a pitch, a couple of runs scored. And his guard on his left shin comes off, and he'll have to readjust that as he calls for time at the plate. And now he steps back into the box. We're good to go. First pitch of the at-bat is going to be a touch high, 1-0 to McCraney. How do we feel about Poncheros?
Poncheros is...
David already gave me a thumbs up.
For those
David's been waiting for that moment all night, by the way.
For the KFJB-TV viewing audience, Poncheros is a fan favorite for the KFJB-TV crowd.
Gift cards are welcome. Here's a ball out of the glove of Lars Schoenfelder. Drops it, fires to first. I don't believe they're calling that a infield fly. It was kind of in between whether it was high enough to be the infield fly or not, but they are going to rule it an infield fly, so McCraney was automatically out. And that one over to the shortstop, and Lars Schoenfelder popped out of his glove.
You don't see the line drive called an infield fly hardly ever, but of course, why do you do that? It is because they're going to be tagging up, and if you don't just drop it, you'd get a double play.
Yeah. Bobcats would have taken that, though, right there.
Yeah, definitely would have. Smart move by Lars.
That's a tough one for officials, too, and just a two-man crew, because trying to see the ball behind home plate and it's working its way away from you and the other umpire, but I don't know. That one was close.
Well, yeah, and because it's a line drive, that can go out to the outfield pretty effortlessly, you know, if it's not hit right at someone.
0-1 on the way as the first pitch strike was into Caleb Peters, and now another strike thrown by Sam Griesel, maybe getting in a little bit of a groove here after giving up a single to start the inning to Maddox Harn, who stands at first base.
Sam's been able to hit the strike zone, which is nice.
Harn diving back there into first base. He's 12 of 13 on the season on the base pass, and watching is Caleb Peters for the first strikeout of the night by Xander Stupp. And there are now 2 outs in the inning as Caleb Peters strikes out. Will bring up Jonah Helmrichs, but a good, really good approach right there by Sam Griesel. I know he's checking over on Maddox Harn, but there he just let it fly on the inner half as Peters watching.
That curveball froze Peters on the inside, and it was able to get in over the inside of the plate. Perfect pitch at the great opportunity for Sam to try to keep these Bobcats into it.
Malik McCoo is going to come in to be the courtesy runner here for Maddox Harn. He is the starting pitcher tonight, so he was on the base pass, and then a courtesy runner just entered in for the Trojans.
That's always interesting to me.
Yeah. Probably with 2 outs, you want to get your pitcher back in and make sure he's ready to go back out there on the bump. Is standing in, Jonah Helmrichs takes a missed that first one. It's ball number 2. Just upstairs and inside. From Griesel. He'll fire and then fought off into the backstop, 2-1. Helmrichs tonight, a strikeout and a 2 RBI double in the second.
Yeah, in the second, he took a fastball belt high and drove it almost out of here.
Griesel set out of the stretch with 2 outs, and he'll fire home, and it's popped up out of play behind home plate.
I am still amazed not one vehicle has been harmed in the making of this ball game. Because you are parked pretty close.
The tent took a pretty good hit earlier.
Yeah, the tent has seen better days.
2-2 from Griesel, and that one will nick the left elbow of Helmrichs, and that is batter number 5 hit by the pitch.
Are we up?
Record territory? Is that what you're going to say?
Holmgren hit 1, right? No, we hit 1 in game 1. Holmgren did not hit anyone, yeah.
No.
So many hit.
So Helmrich stands at first. Harn, his courtesy runner, is over at second base now with 2 outs. Kruzmark, the left-handed batter, stands in against the right-handed senior pitcher in Sam Griesel. Griesel checks out the runners, fires home, and a first pitch ball inside, backing Kruzmark off the plate. Single, stolen bag, and a run scored with an RBI in the first inning. Really filled up the stat column, but a fly out to Sam Griesel in the second. Kruzmark looks down the third base line and now looks at the pitch. It is grounded to Stepp. Takes a nice hop to him, and he's over to first base to Holmgren. And that is a 4-3 ground out by Cade Kruzmark for out number 3 of the inning. So the senior in Sam Griesel settles things down in the bottom of the third inning. We head to the fourth. 9-2. Trojans still leading on KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
(9-2) our score up on the Marshalltown Hy-Vee scoreboard here tonight. Production of today's game made possible by the Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. Need it, rent it. .net. Let's get a scoreboard update with Dylan Does. Thanks to our very own Jeff Brooks back at the radio studios. All brought to you by Central State Bank.
Brooksy's been giving me a lot of finals. Mason City loses to Humboldt 4-2. Des Moines Roosevelt 6 over Assumption 4. Urbandale beats Gilbert 14-1. And then we have Appleton Parkersburg leading AGWSR 3-0 at the end of the fourth. Newton leads Winterset 4-2 in the fifth. North Tama 6, Colonesco 2 in the fifth. And according to Fighting Brooks's 7, Fighting Doe's 0, as West Marshall is up on
getting
East
out of
Marshall.
hand. Garrett Tatey, Madden Martin, Lars Schoenfelder bat for the Bobcats in the top of the fourth inning. Well, what divides you makes you stronger because you guys have a great connection. Harn fires home 1-1, breaking ball as Tatey leans in. It is a strike, and it's 1-2 now.
I can honestly say that Brooks is one of my top 5 favorite West Marshall alums.
Ball, where did that go? Out of play?
Out of play over near the truck.
Okay. Everyone knows what truck we're talking about. 2-2 is lifted to right field. This has a chance. Shaw ranging in. He'll make the catch as his hat flies off. And Garrett Tatey out number 1 of the inning. Thought that one was just kind of fading enough maybe from Shaw, but he did get a little extra burst as that hat flew off to make the catch for 1 away.
Yeah, ball hung up in the jet stream, just kind of sat there.
Mm-hmm. Harn, the southpaw, really working in good form here, working quickly here tonight. 4 strikeouts for him as he starts out Madden Martin with a first pitch strike.
He's got
Breaking
41 on the year.
0-1. This one's lifted to right center field, ranging over Shaw, the right fielder, and he'll glove it as he takes about 5 steps to his right. And back-to-back F9s in your scorecard if you're keeping track at home with us.
Yeah, Cats are just
If you need a scorecard,
under.
I'll get you one because I always have to bring one for Dylan, too. Here comes Lars Schoenfelder to the plate.
He's like the prepared mom at the playground. Always has snacks for all the kids.
It's true. I have scorecards for everyone. If you need one at the next Bobcat home game, which is softball on Tuesday night, come see me.
Up in the new press box.
Yeah, Mason City at home for softball, a makeup game from earlier this year. Are you going to be with us? I can't remember.
On Tuesday. I don't recall.
I don't think so. 2-0 upstairs. Zach Tomish will be with me. Lars Schoenfelder standing in. It's a 2-0. It will. He walked in a stolen bag, and a wild pitch and an error brought Lars Schoenfelder in for the second Bobcat run of the night. There in the second inning. Here's the 3-0, and he'll take all the way for a strike from Maddox Harn. 3-1. And Schoenfelder really patient. He had a 3-2 count first at-bat, and now a 3-2 count here in his second at-bat as he swings and misses on a pitch on the inner half.
Cats don't seem to have any problem picking up the ball. For me out here, it's like midnight driving. It's hard to see.
And Schoenfelder works his second walk of the night. So how about that? The 8th grader doing a great job at the plate, challenging Maddox Harn, who's been mowing down Bobcats with 4 strikeouts tonight. Got a couple of quick flyouts, but now Lars Schoenfelder stands on first base, bringing up Aiden Holmgren. He was the first strikeout victim of the night against Maddox Harn back in the second inning. So lefty versus righty. First pitch of the at-bats inside. Backs Holmgren off the plate, 1-0.
Holmgren had a couple good cuts, just couldn't put anything into play first time at bat.
1-0, and that one is going to be at the numbers for a strike, 1-1 to Holmgren. Harn continuing to work quickly. He's out of the stretch with a runner on, 1-1, and Holmgren just late on that pitch right there on the inner half, 1-2.
It looked like it got right in on his hands. Good pitch by Harn.
Great backdrop here at Waterloo East if you see on KFJB-TV. Breaking ball missing outside, 2-2 to Holmgren. There's plenty of pine trees out there in center field.
I love the train in the right field. It's very Bull Durham-esque.
2-2. And it's a chopper left side of the infield. Harn gloves it, makes a nice play and a turnaround to first. Throw on a rope over to McCraney. And it is a 1-3 ground out by Aiden Holmgren. A really nice play off the mound by Maddox Harn to fire over and get the out to end the inning. Bobcats leave one more stranded, still hitless. It's a no-hitter through 4 innings for Maddox Harn as the Trojans lead 9-2 heading to the bottom of the 4th on KFJB-TV.
At Greg Young Automotive, we're more than just a dealership. We're a part of your community. We believe in transparent pricing with no hidden tricks or gimmicks. Just honest deals you can trust. Our commitment to fair pricing and supporting our local communities is why so many choose us. Greg Young Automotive, where integrity drives us and you home. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
Coming up after the game, we will name our player of the game, presented by Opa Grill in Marshalltown. Dylan, I heard all you have to say is
Opa.
Yeah, that's right. We will not be going to Opa after the game. I believe it'll be closed by the time we get back. So
they can keep the light on for us. And a euro underneath the mat.
It is 9-2 our score. Trojans with the lead as we enter the bottom of the 4th inning. Sam Griesel back out on the bump for the Marshalltown Bobcats as you get a look there on KFJB-TV. And first pitch to the backstop. Phoenix Shipman ducks underneath of it. I believe he was the one that took one right to the dome in game number 1.
He did. It sounds worse than it was. He turned his head and moved away, and the curveball didn't really curve and kind of slung his helmet off.
1-0 is going to be a strike on the inner half. Good pitch to get back in the count by Sam Griesel. He has his pitch. He'll come set, fire home. And it's a strike on the outer half, 1-2. You were saying on the replay there?
You just look there. You know, Randy Johnson used to do that, be effectively wild early, so they get nervous.
1-2 is lifted to center field, right center field, and in ranges the right fielder in Logston. Can't get there in time. It falls one hop in front of him, and Phoenix Shipman leads off the 4th inning with a single to right center field.
And they've played fairly deep out in right field, and sometimes you'll do that with a younger player. There's just above the dome there.
Glad it didn't get our camera.
And David did flinch. He did flinch when it hit the fence.
No, David is not you.
No, he is not.
First pitch of the at-bat standing in is Keegan Atchison, and he was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat in the 2nd. He flew out to left in the 1st. And a check back at first base on Phoenix Shipman, not in time, as Phoenix Shipman this year on the base paths 9 of 10, so a little bit of a threat to move at first base, and a foul off the left foot of Atkinson as he'll hobble away, and it's a 1-1 count.
And he's now using that bat not so much
as
for hitting,
cane,
but as cane, as being able to walk and get back in there. I don't know if you've ever fouled one off the outside of your foot or your instep. It does not feel
No, but I've
great.
Rolled my ankle plenty of times, so I can imagine it's somewhat similar.
Yeah, it's one of those that it's like rolling your ankle. Like immediately you don't think you'll ever be able to walk again, and within about 1.5 seconds you're like, all right,
I've been there.
I'm all right. I'm fine.
1-1. Griesel comes set out of the stretch. Runner takes off. Tatey struggles to get that out of his glove. The throw is laid. It hits off the runner, and second Shipman. He's in there for his 10th stolen bag of the year as Tatey just couldn't quite get that one out of his glove in time.
And that's happened to him a couple times tonight. The transfer just is not clean out of the catcher's pud into his hand.
Called a strike, so it's 1-2. As Shipman kind of cleans off his uniform. One-two count to the batter in Atkinson. Griesel set for a while and time called as the pitch comes in. A little bit of a sportsmanship game here, right?
Yep.
Griesel just staying locked in and set.
I will not move.
Who's going to move first? Griesel set again. Checking out the runner and the batter. And now the batter. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss by Atkinson. And he is down on strikes. That's strikeout number 2 of the night for Sam Griesel. One away here in the Bottom of the fourth inning, and Jaden Williams will stand in. Hit by a pitch and scored a run in the second, and his second at-bat of the inning, he walked.
He's had a lot of opportunities. Did not play in the first game. His freshman Carey took the spot. He's in here the second game, and it's gotten a lot of opportunities due to the big number total East put in the first 2 innings.
So 1 out in the inning now after the strikeout. Griesel taking his time again as Williams, the batter, calls for time. Griesel must be meditating in his off time. He's really
his brother
got that standing there. Just
his brother Grant is a Zen master. Yep.
Check back at second base on the runner, and Shipman not in time. Williams still waiting for the first pitch of the at-bat. Here it comes. Bunt laid down right back to Griesel. Picks it up, fires to first on a laser. And a check back to third base from Stupp. A good throw. Martin applies the tag. Not in time to get Phoenix Shipman, but Jaden Williams moves the runner over to third base on that bunt for out number 2, as it was a 1-3 ground out right there by Jaden Williams.
Yeah, Holmgren saw him rounding a little too strong. Shipman.
Holmgren. Stupp moved back to second base after one of our pitching changes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if you can keep everything straight in a high school game, you are
a pro's pro.
You're a pro's pro because everybody moves everywhere all at once.
1-0. Chance Shaw taking first pitch ball. Check back to third base. Martin applies the tag, but Shipman back well in time. We're so close to the street, it sounds like a car is literally right behind you, and it almost is. Here's the 1-0. And swinging a pop-up to shortstop. Lars Schoenfelder underneath of it. Makes the catch, and the Cats are out of the inning. A fly out to shortstop by Shaw. Strands another runner here tonight for the Waterloo East Trojans, but they lead it over the Cats 9-2 as we head to the 5th on KFJB-TV.
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Felt great.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School. We take a look at our very own Keith Stewart chatting it up with the umpire down the first baseline. I know cameras are kind of out of shot of us, but hey, we both remembered our stadium chairs today.
Yes, we did.
I'm glad we did.
Keith Stewart, if you don't look at his shoes, you think he's 8 feet tall. That picnic table doing a lot of work in there.
9-2 is our score. Top of the 5th inning, a no-hitter so far for Maddox Harn through 4 frames, including 4 strikeouts here tonight. He does have a couple of walks, which not a perfect game. The lights just flashed, and Harn stepped off the rubber. I noticed they've been kind of phasing a little bit. In stands Bennett Ricken, and a first pitch strike is in there. Is that one at the numbers?
He struck out his first time out. Harn just kind of overpowered him in that first at bat.
And a late swing by Bennett Ricken. He's down to the count 0-2. Yeah, the 7-8-9 batters have struck out 3 times and a ground out so far. The 0-2. Swing and a pop-up right side of the infield. This one working its way into foul territory. Read by McCraney, and he'll make the catch. And that is an F3 in your scorecard for out number 1 here in the top of the 5th inning. So the 7-8-9 batters are now a combined 0 for 5 on the night.
Loxton did have 2 hits in his first 2 at-bats in game 1.
Struck out in his first at-bat here in game number 2, and an off-speed pitch misses just inside 1-0.
And that really effective curveballs when you go into high school. If you're going from like travel ball, junior high ball up.
Outside, 2-0 to Logsdon from Maddox Harn. This will be big if you can get your 9-hole hitter aboard. Sam Griesel waiting on deck. Here's the 2-0, swung and popped up out of play, and over Tim Moses, the AD for Waterloo East, who gave not the best effort to try to get that foul ball, but hey, I commend him for putting the hand up.
A Moses half athletic effort is worth better than a lot of people's double effort.
2-1, low and outside. They check the swing down the first base line to the umpire, who wasn't in position, so he'll defer to the home plate umpire on the call. 3-0. I believe 3-0. Chopper down the first base line. This one will ride the line. It's fair. Picked up by McCraney. And McCraney, the U3, they're at first base, 2 away. So Logsdon does get a bat on it, but not able to get aboard. And this will bring up Sam Griesel. A couple of groundouts here tonight in his 2 at-bats.
Yeah, Griesel been very good on the mound here tonight. If you just wonder, if he was the pitcher post Holmgren when he struggled, it might be even tighter because Stalzer really the first 2 batters just really struggled with control. And Sam's come in and done a nice job allowing no runs over his 2 1/3 innings pitched.
A 1 count as Griesel fouls off the first pitch he sees. Here's Harn, delivery upstairs, 1-1. What are you going with? Are you going with the tofu tonight when we go to Pancheros?
The tofu sada.
Yeah.
Probably do the burrito.
1-1. And an off-speed pitch. Griesel whiffs on it, 1-2. I'll go with the bowl.
Yeah. Little known fact.
Chicken in the bowl. No beans.
I like the black beans.
No legumes. Check swing by Griesel, and the pitch was low and outside. He did not go around. And it's a 2-2.
Little known fact, Brandon and I will often split tortilla chips and queso.
That is true. Last time we kind of got gypped. But
we did.
That was down in Altoona. We usually go to Cedar Falls, and they usually treat us right.
Yeah, Altoona thought we were the police at one point.
Liner right to the first baseman, McCraney, on one hop. Picks it up, tags the bag, and it's all McCraney, the first baseman. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Maddox Harn. He has a no-hitter through 5. As we enter the bottom of the 5th, it's 9-2 on KFJB-TV.
Auto loans at Lennox Employees Credit Union are not just for cars. If you are looking to purchase a new or used motorcycle, boat, snowmobile, or other recreational vehicle, look no further. Lennox Employees Credit Union has low loan rates, and the loan process is so easy. Visit lennoxecu.com for rates and membership eligibility information, or go to 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown to visit with one of our loan officers. Lennox Employees Credit Union, member NCUA.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School. I'm Brandon Lewis. Dylan Does alongside me. 9-2 our score as the Trojans lead the Bobcats in the bottom of the 5th inning. As our producer David Braga having a nice conversation with some of the Waterloo East fans here tonight. He's really a man amongst the people.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. It was fun. As you see the LED.
Oh, yeah.
You see this at Newton as well. It's one thing I wish we would have done because, the upgrade charge is more, but it's not crazy more. It would have been nice to have some added
if they would have asked us, maybe we would have made a minimal donation.
That's right.
I hear your net worth is quite a bit, actually. We did some configurations in the van one night.
Yeah, it's doing.
We were looking into taking up ownership of a restaurant which serves some quick serve fine Italian.
Yeah, yes, a premium quick serve Italian.
Yeah. We'll let you figure it out which restaurant it was.
That's right. Starts with an F and ends with an Oli.
Rhymes with roly-poly.
And ravioli.
It was not an extremely serious venture that I think we're looking into, but
We're
not ruling it out.
Not ruling it out.
First pitch ball to Maddox Harn, 1-0 from Griesel. Now 2-0. And now 3-0 as the next pitch is to the backstop. McCraney, the on-deck man, to hustle over and grab that one.
I just feel like the lights are definitely up. It feels like it'd be a little bit hard to pick up the ball if you're a hitter right now.
Griesel works back with a strike outside to Maddox Harn, who is 1 for 3 tonight at the plate. Here's the 3-1. And jammed inside. Chopped to short. Schoenfelder's up to make the throw. And it's on a line over Holmgren at first. A 6-3 ground out by Maddox Harn. One away here in the bottom of the 5th.
Just doing a really nice job there. Sawed him off, and Lars was able to take his time. Didn't need to rush because he's got that big arm. Gloved it, scooped it, threw it across in plenty of time to get Harn.
So one away here in the bottom of the 5th inning as the Bobcats trailing by 7 runs. Sam Griesel has done a nice job in relief for the Cats on the mound, and that pitch is going to be upstairs. First pitch to McCraney is 1-0. This is his 4th bat of the night tonight. Hit by pitch, an infield fly, and a base knock. 1-0. And a touch upstairs and inside, 2-0. Hit it. 2-0 is ripped to Schoenfelder off of his glove and into center field to Stalzer. And he'll throw it back in. So McCraney lines one right at what do we think? Single?
I'm thinking that's a single.
That is a really hard hit rip ball off the bat by McCraney.
My friend from game 1 returned to be behind my left ear one time, and he's gone back. Very loud.
That update brought to you by Poncheros.
My left ear.
Hopefully they're not going to Poncheros after the game. Caleb Peters stands in, and a ball to the backstop from Griesel. A wild pitch will move McCraney over to second base as Caleb Peters takes a first pitch ball. Tatey didn't really have much of a chance as he takes his helmet off right here. He's been working hard behind the dish here, catching in game 1 and 2.
And this is where Sam's had some troubles this year when he gets erratic with pitches. This, up until this point, has been the most consistent around the strike zone I've seen him all year.
1-0. Just outside, a good pitch, but just missing to Caleb Peters. It's 2-0.
It's been a much tighter strike zone than in game 1.
Runner on second for the Trojans. Pitch is in, and it's inside, and backing away was Peters, 3-0. Five Trojans hit by a pitch here tonight, which helped them there in the second when they scored 6 runs. Griesel trying to get a strike here. Here's the 3-0, and it's upstairs. And a walk will get Caleb Peters aboard. That'll be his second walk of the night. He'll bring up Jonah Helmerks. A double, 2 RBI back in the second. He's been hit by a pitch and struck out. So a mixed bag for number 12 for the Trojans as well. And runners at first and second, just 1 out. Griesel has his pitch and comes set out of the stretch. Fires home, and it's to the backstop, and the runners are up 90 feet. McCraney to third. Peters is to second. And unfortunately, a double here would not do the Cats any favors on that scoreboard.
And this is where you look at Garrett Tatey's now. This is his 12th inning in a row he's caught, and you can tell he's just a little bit slower behind the dish.
1-0. And it is drilled past short and third, and this will score one more run. It's now 10-2. Trojans up by 8 as the throw comes home. Runner takes advantage and goes to second on the throw. So Jonah Helmrichs with now 3 RBI on the night with a single here in the 5th, and he gets to second on the throw as he drives in Keegan McCrary from third. Caleb Peters slides from second over to third on the play.
And we're a single away potentially from a 12-2 ball game.
So an RBI for Helmrichs, like I mentioned, 3 here tonight. This will bring up Cade Kruzmark. A single and a run scored in the first, since then a fly out and a ground out. Just 1 out here in the 5th. Kruzmark standing from the left side of the batter's box. And he rips it right to first. Holmgren makes the catch as he dives to his right. And there's 2 away in the inning. What a great play by the first baseman.
Kruzmark was just shaking his head on the way back because he put it, and look at the long arm of the law over there, able to dig it out. And Kruzmark just shaking his head going back like I thought I had a 2-run RBI single out to right field.
And a hard hit down the third base line. Foul by Phoenix Shipman. Double, a couple of RBI back in the first inning, a single in the second, and a run scored, a single in the fourth. So he is 3 for 3 tonight out of the 6-hole. It's an 0-1 count from Griesel. He'll come set out of the stretch. And the pitch is low, and Tatey has to reach down and grab that one. 1-1 as it was inside of the right-handed batter. Runners at second and third for the Trojans as Griesel comes set. And to home he'll go, and inside backing off the plate is Shipman, 2-1.
Shipman's, I think, tired of getting thrown at here tonight. He's like, I've been dipping and diving and twirling and trying to get out of the way.
Griesel calling for a redo of the sign there. He has his pitch, and he comes set. Here's the 2-1. And it's lifted to short center field. This has a chance to fall into no man's land, and it will. 2 runs will score as the Bobcats fumble it, throwing it back in, and the Trojans will win it a final 12-2. Phoenix Shipman with a 2 RBI single closes out the Bobcats in the bottom of the 5th inning as he drives in Caleb Peters and Jonah Helmrichs as the Trojans strike for 3 more here in the 5th inning and win it the final 12-2 in 5 innings here tonight as the Bobcats fall in the doubleheader here tonight. Kind of an unfortunate ending to game number 1, but game number 2 was just all Trojans.
And it really came down the first two frames. Could not find the strike zone. Could not find the strike zone and found too many backs of Trojan players. Bobcats just were never really in it. And then getting no hit, they were able to get 2 runs without having to get a hit also. Cats just were never going to have a chance in this one. Trojans really did a nice job in the second half of this twin bill.
So that will be a final here tonight as the Bobcats fall in 5 innings, 12-2 to the Marshalltown Bobcats, as they will get 10 run here in game number 2. Coming up, we will head to the locker room report. That is coming up next. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place place for fun.
Your degree, your way. Online learning at Marshalltown Community College lets you learn at your own pace, from home, fitting education into your life. Choose from 9 fully online programs. Balance work, family, and your future. Plus, you get dedicated support just like on-campus students. Library, advising, everything you need. Online degrees at MCC, flexible, accessible, and supported. Visit MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com to learn more. Start learning your way today.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Well, a big night for the Waterloo East Trojans. They topped the Bobcats 12-2 and 3-1 in our doubleheader here tonight on KFJB-TV. Maddox Harn with a no-hitter in game number 2. He goes 4 innings, gives up no hits, 1 run, and did on the night strike out 4 Bobcat batters on the evening to record the victory for the Waterloo East Trojans. As on the season, Maddox Harn now at a 3-4 record for Waterloo East. For the Bobcats, they did score one run. Lars Schoenfelder ended up walking. He stole a bag, got a wild pitch and an error, and he scored there in the second inning. And that's how the final stat line looked like here tonight for the Marshalltown Bobcats at the plate. Meanwhile, for the Trojans, they scored 12 runs off 11 hits, 3 errors for the Bobcats. And tonight, the Trojans left 6 runners on base, but it didn't matter as they scored those 12 runs. Aiden Holmgren started out the night. He went 1 inning, gave up 3 hits and 4 runs, 1 strikeout. Luke Stalzer relieved him, went just 2/3 of an inning, gave up 4 hits and 5 runs, no strikeouts. Sam Griesel pitched pretty well until the 5th, where he gave up those 3 runs on the night. He goes 2 2/3, 5 hits, 5 runs, and 2 strikeouts for the Marshalltown Bobcats. Trojans improve to 8-15 on the season. They're now 4-8 in the Iowa Alliance Conference North. Bobcats fall to a mark of 6-21. They're now 0-12 in the Iowa Alliance Conference North so far this year. Coming up, Dylan will be joined by head coach Colton Hankey. We'll also name our Bobcat player of the game. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You planned and saved for your child to go to college, but medical school after graduation was a surprise. A happy, expensive surprise. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When opportunities surprise you, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome in to the post-game coaches interview with Coach Colton Hankey. Coach lost a real nail-biter in Game 1, 3-1. I thought Xander Stupp was really good for the most part in that first game. What can you say about his pitching?
Pitching-wise, he was really good tonight, a lot better than his previous couple starts, so it was good to see him kind of get back in the groove. On our end, we were consistent throughout for the first that first game, and then going the first couple innings of this game too, so him being able to do that performance that was needed for where we're at in terms of the season and the last couple of weeks.
And then it's not often that we get this far into the season and we see a new name to the lineup, but I thought Jay Logston did a really nice job out there in right field, especially in that first game. What can you say about him and the other 8th graders that have added to this group of this team here this year?
Couldn't ask much more out of Jalen for Game 1. I mean, that was a great performance on him, coming in and basically getting the call today to come here and play, and he was ready to go. He didn't waste the opportunity, that's for sure.
And then you look in the second game, not the outcome you wanted, 12-2 in 5 innings. What was it in the first couple innings just from a pitching performance that you saw from the Cats that really wasn't up to snuff to what you needed it to be?
I mean, it is what it is, and just got to learn from it. And Holmgren, freshman, he's going to get a lot more opportunities throughout the next couple years, and Stalzer still got a couple more years. So, it's a big difference when, coming off of Stubbs' performance and then going into what Holmgren and Stalzer gave us. I mean, we just got to be able to be consistent. There was times when they were on, but then it just wasn't consistent enough for what we needed.
And then just wrapping it up with the senior in Sam Griesel did come in and provided some of that stability over 3 innings of work. What does he mean to your team in his senior campaign?
I mean, it's a huge lift on our end. Like you said, we got 3 8th graders playing tonight, and guys like Sam Griesel and Taven Dutton and Xander Stupp. I mean, that crew helps us a lot to foster those 8th graders and freshmen and trying to help them mature a little bit faster than physically. So having those guys, it's a huge lift.
Well, thank you very much, Colton. Brandon, back to you.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Coming up, we will name our OPA Player of the Game. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School. I'm Brandon Lewis. Thanks for joining us tonight on our postgame show, as it's now time to name our KFJB-TV Player of the Game, presented by Opa Grill of Marshalltown. Greek and traditional favorites. All you have to say is Opa. Well, in game number 1 here tonight, Xander Stupp took the bump. It was kind of a tough luck loss, 3-1 loss for Xander Stupp, but he had an RBI in that game and played pretty well, and obviously a tough night here in game number 2 going against Maddox Harn at the plate, but he's our player of the game here tonight.
Yeah, I thought Xander gave him a great opportunity to win in that first game and got it started off in this second game with an RBI sac bunt. I gave it his all. Great leadership from the senior. Cats just come out on the bad end of both games here tonight.
That is our player of the game. Again, all brought to you by Opa in Marshalltown. Xander Stupp receives a $25 gift certificate to Opa Grill in Marshalltown. You're watching the Locker Room Report, all presented by Wells Fargo Advisors James Hunt and Jeff Isgrig, located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Scoreboard update is ahead right here on your home for the Cats. News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and streaming on KFJB-TV.
What does OPA mean? OPA means joy, enthusiasm, and approval. And when you dine at OPA Grill in Marshalltown, you'll understand why. With their made-to-order pastas, soups, and salads made daily with the freshest ingredients. Favorites include chicken parmesan pan-fried to perfection, fresh and light chicken lemon rice soup, and their signature OPA salad topped with seasoned gyro meat. OPA Grill Family Restaurant in Marshalltown, where you can dine in or drive through. All you have to say is OPA!
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back to Waterloo East High School as a final up on the Marshalltown Hy-Vee scoreboard. 3-1, a final as the Bobcats fall in Game 1, 12-2 in Game number 2. Time for scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Dylan?
The BCLUW Comets beat Collins Maxwell 7-5. Mason City falls to Humboldt 4-2. Des Moines Roosevelt sneaks past Assumption 6-4. Urbandale has no problem with Gilbert 14-1, while Newton leads Winterset, and that's still in the 5th inning. That's 4-2. North Tama 6, Colonesco 3. That's a bottom of 7. Colonesco trying to sneak across enough runs to get a victory there. West Marshall is up on the beloved Mustangs of East Marshall 7-1. That's in the 7th inning as well. Iowa Falls 6, Gladbrook Rhinebeck 3, and that is in the top of the 4th inning. And another final, Dyke New Hartford 12, the Jayhawks of Jessup 2.
Again, that scoreboard update all brought to you by Central State Bank. Discover what Central State Bank can do for you. Locations in Ames, State Center, and in West Des Moines. Well, transportation today all provided by Carl Auto Group in Marshalltown. Carl is your dealer for life. One final question there for you on your Colton Hankey interview. I know that obviously not the wins where you want them to be right now, but do you get a sense of a little bit of negativity or keeping it positive, trying to focus on the future? I heard his comment a little bit on 8th graders and those freshmen getting that playing time and trying to work on things as the season goes along.
One thing I've noticed going out, because it's not just the interviews with him, but going out onto the field, hearing from everyone, is that these are just kids that are keeping a really good attitude about it. And I think you don't have kids that keep a good attitude about things if that's not coming from the top down. I think they feel good about some of the steps they've made. Of course, they'd like to make more. But there are a lot of bright spots on the young thing. It just comes consistency. All right, can we build off of that and not just replace?
That is for sure. Again, 12-2, the final in game number 2, 3-1, the final in game number 1 between the Trojans and the Bobcats. Coming up, we will wrap things up when we come back. Plus, we know our postseason assignments as well for baseball and softball. We'll talk about that when we come back one final time on the Locker Room Report on KFJB-TV.
Marshalltown's Red, White, and Blue celebration is a great time for fun, food, music, and community. July 3rd kicks things off with the Car Cruise-In at 13th Street District and the Iowa Veterans Homegrounds. Enjoy great food and live music with the Brazilian Twins. The 4th of July parade starts a celebration that continues all day with fun activities. The night wraps up with live music by Dirty Rotten Scoundrels and fireworks. July 3rd and 4th, celebrate our independence with the Marshalltown tradition.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
One final time on the Locker Room Report, we welcome you back into Waterloo East High School. I'm Brandon Lewis, still in Dones alongside me. Coming up, our next broadcast will be on Tuesday night as softball is on the air. Marshalltown will take on Mason City. And then on Thursday night, Marshalltown and Waterloo East, both at the softball complex with 5 and 7 o'clock double headers. Looking forward to having those one on the air for you. Plus, baseball postseason assignment is out Friday, July 11th at 7 o'clock. They'll travel to Ankeny Centennial. You'll be able to watch that one right here on KFJB-TV. And on the ride here, we found out that softball will host Des Moines Lincoln on Thursday, July 10th at 7 o'clock as well. So we'll have coverage of that game as well on a busy schedule to close out the baseball and softball season at the beginning of the month of July. Thanks so much to our KFJB-TV and radio crew here tonight. Our radio producer back at the studios, Jeff Brooks. Our on-site producer, David Braga. Keith Stewart, Joe Cornwell on our camera coverage tonight. For Dylan Does, I'm Brandon Lewis. You've been watching Marshalltown Bobcat Baseball and listening to it on News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, The Gregors Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, Your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm. Tyler Pashong Agency.